You wanna smell my breath? Ah, I miss you.
Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub.
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show.
Look up something in back check, kind of like cross reference.
It's
Yeah,
a
I should put the.
You say you look that shit up. That's the name of your show.
Yeah,
that's
right.
what really drew me in.
Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley. Going. Hope I don't get in trouble for playing that last video. I probably shouldn't have played that shit. I'm always testing the damn waters, bro. That shit gonna get me.
You are now
Who and what are we gonna complain about tonight?
You are now.
This is copyright.gov, U.S. Copyright Office. More information on fair use. Fair use is a legal doctrine that promotes freedom of expression by permitting the unlicensed use of copyright-protected works in certain circumstances. Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides the statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research as examples of activities that may qualify as fair use. Section 107 calls for consideration of the following 4 factors in evaluating a question of fair use: purpose and character of the use, including whether the use of the commercial nature or is for nonprofit educational purposes, nature of the copyrighted work, amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. Okay, so anything I use for you guys, hit me up if you want me to remove it, edit it, or whatever. Nothing is used to infringe on anybody's intellectual property. I don't intend on doing that, and I don't intend on profiting from anyone's intellectual property. So I'm glad to edit or delete anything that's any of my videos that I've used of anybody. So that's it.
Man, why the hell this house ain't clean, man? Where the food at? Hey, man. Oh my God.
Been working all day. Dang.
Private numbers on the phone.
And it make me wonder.
No meal when I'm home.
It make me wonder.
And you don't even want a bone.
And it make me wonder.
The wrong name when you moan.
And that make me wonder.
Private numbers on the phone.
And it make me wonder.
No meal when I'm home.
And it make me wonder.
And you don't even want a bone.
And it make me wonder.
The wrong name when you moan.
And that make me wonder.
I told my girl to try new things, talk, but she say she ain't into that.
Mine's is into that, she all on the internet.
What you mean, MySpace?
Hell yeah, MySpace. Then she wanna trip when it's chicks in my face.
Blah, 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 etc., etc.
You ain't gon' find nobody better.
But her girlfriend's telling her
She's a princess.
but Chuck, I love her. Should I come to my senses?
Pussy whoop, that vagina got you sensitive.
No, Chuck, I'm just saying I'm coming home to new.
Man, I need a blunt
Matter of fact, twist two of them.
She say that house dirty, so I blame it on the poodle.
Ain't clean the bathroom in weeks.
And she won't get pissed off when it's piss on the seat. Private numbers on the phone.
And that make me wonder.
No meal when I'm home.
And that make me wonder.
And you don't even want a bone.
And that make me wonder.
The wrong name when you moan.
And that make me wonder.
Private numbers on the phone.
And that make me wonder.
No meal when I'm home.
And it make me wonder.
And you don't even want a bone.
And that make me wonder.
The wrong name when you moan.
And that make me wonder. Tossing in the bed, strange thoughts in my head.
What you think, she cheating?
Nah, I don't know, I ain't give her a reason.
Every time I go to mine's office, her boss just leaving.
Breathing and wheezing like she got asthma.
She just got 3 raises and a brand new plasma.
Mine spend all my money at garage sales.
I was thinking about marriage, buying a ring from Zelle.
Why she need $100 just to do her nails?
Man, she won't even salute my little soldier.
Just don't care.
I could swear she bipolar.
She take my Escalade.
Got me driving her Nova.
She bought a 7-Up.
Man, she know I like cola.
Forgot I was born in the month of October.
Man, I'm finna go and tell it that it's over.
Man, I'm finna go and tell her that it's over.
Yes, I just want to let you know that I'm going to be, stop lying, I'm going to be working so a little late tonight, so could you go home and make sure the kids are in bed and probably have to cook yourself something to eat tonight, so, okay, well, until you.
That's what I'm talking about right there. You see that? It's a wrap. We done.
Remind me my drink. Yo, this bitch is drunk on my drink. Yo, this trick is smoking my dang. I wanted to stop, but I can't. I'm leaning to the side, man. I'm leaning to the side, man. Yo, everybody vibing, the lights flashing, ain't nobody hiding. I'm full of passion. I see this chick smiling with her action. She said she from an island. I'm just passing. I said stop lying. Started laughing, girl, what you drinking? I'm on that captain, now we on pink panties with a napkin. I got a blunt dipped in brandy that we passing. Now we leaning to the side in the bass bang. She feeling on my thigh, my chain swinging, feeling alright now. The game changing, right on time now. We both swaying, do that new style now. Bojangles, I wanna see your tatas. Those jangles, what about those now guys? I need angles, call me your papa. Grab your ankles, move like chaka chaka. When it's anal, I got to get ya. And it's painful, split you like a swisher. With a label, you know we can make it without being naked. We can make them think we fake it, shake it, make me take it. Yo, this chick remind me my drink. Yo, this bitch is drunk on my drink. This trick is smoking my dang. I wanted to stop, but I can't. I'm leaning to the side, man. 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 If you got a cup, put that shit up. Lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. If you got a fat cat and your drawers and bra match, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. If you just got off of work and your fucking feet hurt, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. If you shine fly and everybody know your ass high, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. If it's getting hot and you drink Henny on the rocks, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. If you a hot girl and you can stop and make it pop, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. Yo, this chick remind me my drink. Yo, this bitch is drunk on my drink. Yo, this trick is smoking my dang. I want her to stop, but I can't. I'm leaning to the side, man. Leaning to the side, man. Leaning to the side, man. Yes, I am drinking. Recording this shit. Yeah. This damn green man, it's got me sitting sideways. This damn lean man, it's got me sitting sideways. I'm on the scene, man, I'm sitting sideways. You don't feel like me, that's why you looking at me sideways. I'm riding clean and I'm flying down the freeway. Nowhere to be, so I'm taking me a free day. Defensive driving, best to listen to what he say. I'm higher than a child on the first day of pre-K. Drive slow, I ain't tripping on the delay. The cup I'm sipping on is giving dumb leeway. Anyway, the optimal action spilling on my khakis instead of the ashtray. Brush it off and keep it moving on. Shift my attention to what else I could be doing wrong. Sure, it's someone on my phone I could be screwing on. So you alone? Bring your whole crew along. Sit around the table playing beer pong. She drunk, she bending over and she got a clear thong. I'm looking from the back, man, I got an ass on. I wake up on my back, where the grass come from? This damn green man, it's got me sitting sideways. This damn lean man, it's got me sitting sideways. I'm on the scene, and you know I'm sitting sideways. You don't feel like me, that's why you looking at me sideways. This damn green man, it's got me sitting sideways. This damn lean man, it's got me sitting sideways. I'm on the scene, man, I'm sitting sideways. You don't feel like me, that's why you looking at me sideways. I'm the king and we gon' do the things my way. I wanna see you in skinny jeans on Friday. When I'm leaning to the left, you better be leaning in the right way. I'm cleaner than a washing machine. If you hyperallergenic, get your antihistamine. You're like a tight wad caught in between a full of latrine and a pistol whipping fiend. Gotta get the cream is on top. ACE, we the team that won't stop. They calling me the dean cause I teach them what's hot. Thought you were the new thing, we can see that you're not. We had to get mean cause we're taking your spot. We wanna get a ring, sit in championship box. Call up your queens and tell them get blocked. When they see the muscle is supreme, your boys gon' kick rock. This damn green man got me sitting sideways. This damn lean man got me sitting sideways. I'm on the scene and you know I'm sitting sideways. You don't feel like me, that's why you looking at me sideways. This damn green man got me sitting sideways. This damn lean man got me sitting sideways. I'm on the scene and you know I'm sitting sideways. You don't feel like me, that's why you looking at me sideways. We thought you were the new thing, but we can see that you're not. Yo, we thought you were the new thing, but we can see that you're not. If you got your own and you clean, drop it like it's hot. If you got your own and you clean, drop it like it's hot. Everybody say wow. How you gon' jock my side? Say wow. How you gon' jock my side? Say wow. How you gon' jock my side? Say wow. How you gon' jock my style?
Hey.
Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub that?
Yeah, man, let's do it, dog. Let's get it done, dog. You know what I'm saying? It's hot shit.
Hey, say y'all load that down right quick, bro. I got a little message or something, you know what I'm saying?
Hi, this is Dr. Nicole calling from Fort Plaza Hospital to inform you that Catrell Williams has died with multiple gunshot wounds to the head at 4:45 a.m.
Man.
For further information, you can contact the hospital at 713-225-8618.
Man, these niggas fucked up. Oh my God, yo, fucked up. Black bandana, the finger on the hammer. You won't see these apes go bananas. Ride with the heat, ride with the heat, ride with the heat, ride with the heat. Yeah, black bandana, fingers on the hammer. You won't see the shit go bananas. Ride with the heat, ride with the heat, ride with the heat, ride with the heat. Yeah, motherfucker gotta die. They gotta die, motherfucker gotta die. Go banana, my fingers on the hammer from the nail type niggas. I'm a jail type nigga. Give a hell about hell, my nigga. My claim was doing fine till they killed my nigga.
Can y'all hear me? Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. And don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Please. What is that? Why does it look like that? I apologize for being late. Then I had a couple of technical difficulties. That's always what happens when you're running late. It's always extra. But that's okay. I'm here now. And I think I lost some of my audience because I was fucking up on the intro. But that's all good because I'm here. What's up, Pat?
What's up?
How you feel? Can y'all hear me?
Pretty good, man.
I need some damn confirmation. I don't know. Everything is crazy. Can you hear me?
Wrong? I can hear you.
I don't hear you though. Something weird is going on. I think I'm gonna play a video and get it together. It's my mic. I need to play with my mic. I'm gonna play a video. Play with my mic.
You said you can't hear me?
I can hear you just a little bit. Like it sounds like an echo. Fuck, this is annoying. But let me see. President Bush, Biden.
U.S. President Joe Biden was rushed to a safe house in Rehoboth Beach in Delaware after a plane breached airspace above the vacation home he owns in the seaside town. As per reports, the U.S. President Joe Biden was rushed to a safe house in Rehoboth Beach in Delaware after a plane breached airspace above the vacation home he owns in the seaside town. As per reports, the U.S. President's motorcade rushed away from his house towards a nearby fire station where an SUV with the president inside drove inside the building and the Secret Service began clearing the area. In White House officials said that a small plane entered restricted airspace and all indications are that it happened by mistake. The official added that all precautionary measures were taken and that there was no threat to the president or his family. According to the official, the president and the first lady were evacuated and are now back at their residence. The aircraft was immediately escorted out of the restricted airspace. Preliminary investigation reveals the pilot was not on the proper radio channel and was not following published flight guidance. The United States Secret Service will be interviewing the pilot. And for more on this, our correspondent Susan Tehrani has sent us a report from New York. Listen in.
A security scare for the U.S. President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden were moved from their home in Delaware by Secret Service as a precautionary measure when a small private plane entered a restricted airspace. According to the White House, a small private plane entered restricted airspace All indications are by mistake, and precautionary measures were taken. And according to an official, there was no threat to the president or his family, and the president and the first lady are believed to be back at their Delaware home. Now, the Bidens had been scrambled to this different location without assembling the pool of journalists that traditionally travel with the president to Delaware. In fact, those journalists were informed of this incident about an hour after it happened. This incident happened around 1 p.m. local time. Meanwhile, a Republican Party convention was also underway in the same area at City Hall. Susan Tehrani reporting from New York for WION World is One.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. We're running full. Everything is full, going full now. We're good.
Cool.
Stressful. What did you think of the little Biden video right here?
I was a little bit sad.
You sad that they didn't get to Biden?
Damn.
It's probably not a story at all. It's probably not a story at all, but it caught my my attention earlier. It's probably, like I say, it's probably not a story, but you never know with these kind of stories. You know what I'm saying? And somebody might be up to something, but of course, when they get caught, they're gonna be like, "Hey, yo, it was a mistake. I was just, I was lost. I was lost. The lady said the Secret Service is definitely gonna have an interview with the pilot, so you already know, like, the nigga, if he fucked up regardless, his ass is on the hot seat. You know what I'm saying? Because they gonna grill this guy 1,000.
See that. Then the thing about it is, what they're telling us on TV. Shoot, they might be done killed him already.
Yeah, we don't know. Yeah,
they done beat him up
to find out what the hell. Yeah, I'm sure they found out if it was true or not, or whatever he was up to. I'm sure they found that out by now.
Well, they're checking his confidence level. See, because how stupid can you be?
Yeah, you got to be more.
Or how brilliant are you? You know what I'm saying? Like,
one way or the other. Like, those flight plans are so strict and way ahead of time. You have to get clearance for those flights. So, yeah, I'm sure he knew he was fucking up. If that's what it was, if it was just a mistake.
Yeah.
I want to read some comments. This is underneath that video I just played. It says he was worried that it may have been the Taliban, but being that he gave them $86 billion worth of United States equipment, he knows he's safe from them.
Oh yeah, but he's never been. See, that's never been a threat for him. Because the Taliban never did anything here.
I think the Taliban are like ISIS. They have the CIA, all these different. They have the non-government organizations. They have CIA. They have all kinds of these groups that do things for the powers that be, and they appear to be something else all the time. And Taliban is popping up in India now, and it's that's very weird. That's very weird. When India is way on the other fucking side over there, and also just so happened India is giving Muslims a really hard time. You know what I'm saying? So and then the Taliban just gonna pop up in India? That doesn't really make sense to me unless the Taliban is looking out for Muslims worldwide, and I don't think that's what they're trying to do. I don't think they're real. I don't think Al Qaeda and ISIS are real.
That's what I would lean toward. Like this is a hypothetical group that we can. This is the boogeyman. Like this is
completely created. Now, are there real Al-Qaeda people? Are there real what you would call ISIS or whatever out there? Yes, but these are small groups and they don't really have power. You know what I'm saying? They they pretend. Like I be saying all the time, they love to dress up and pretend, and that's what they do. So they'll pay people to pretend to be Al Qaeda, ISIS, or whatever the hell, but they're getting paid. That's it. They're working a job and they're playing a role.
bro. Say, bro. Now I don't know, like like I'm weird. I know this. I've accepted it for a long time, but the scenario that's played around, because I mean, us and these you know robots, what you call what's the popular name for these robots these days? AI robots and whatever. Well, my thing is that like some of these bombings that they used to have where the people walk in, bro, they used to like be fully dressed people, like fully dressed like with the Muslim garb, like for you to not even really be able to recognize,
identify them. Yeah.
So how, what I'm saying, like it could have easily been one of those type of AI robots that was just sent in to destruct, like they have the robots that go in and disarm bombs and this, that, and that. Like all these things kind of like, until you really think about the the use that they can actually get out of it on either side, you don't realize, but to me, like I said, maybe I'm too big of a conspiracy theorist to look at it, to really even have this, because I mean maybe it's far-fetched, but at the same, I am analyzing it to the extent that yeah, maybe it is, but at the same time, I still have to look at this as being a possibility, that because I don't, we can't really trust everything that they're telling us, or because of the way that they move and all of the actions that they've taken upon us as people, that really nothing is but beyond them. I mean, we look at how they're even like how they're treating us now, where we can't, like our US dollars are used against us. You know what I'm saying? Our tax dollars are used against us to harm us more than anything. So how am I supposed to look past the fact that, these things can be, like it's impossible for our government of now or even the past to do things to that extent.
And I think that it's totally rational to be skeptical of it. You know what I'm saying? Whether we're tripping or whether it's a conspiracy theory or we're really reaching, that could be the case. But I think that it's healthy to look at it and be like, well, maybe what they're saying is not necessarily what's actually happening.
Yeah, I mean, they've fooled us many times before. Like, I mean, if you really think about every generation that has come, that has, come through, that came before us, has gotten had in many ways. And if we're not careful, the same thing is going to happen to us, or is happening to us without us really fully, analyzing or really, putting everything to the test, like we can't leave a stone unturned. Like it's way past, way past go for us to really be like, thinking that I mean, come on, bro. Like our CIA has, oh my God, if we really look at all of the things that they've done in the name of the United States or for the United States, like, I mean, we got people that we, that was like leaders that they killed off just to keep us from being able to prosper, decades before now. You know what I'm saying? Like they went through so many things just to make sure we don't succeed. You know what I'm saying? They scared enough of them to where we're still fighting for the same things we was fighting for 50 years ago.
Oh, it's so fucking frustrating. And that's why that's what I want to cover this week is some of the stuff that we know that our government did, that we have proof of because it's all come out now. And I'm really interested in 1984. I saw this kid come into the restaurant. He had on a shirt, and the shirt was it was Bush. Who was it? Bush Reagan, 1984. So it was a campaign shirt from 1984, and I was like, wow, that's really weird to have that. And it looked good too. It didn't look worn and tattered. And it's just like, it's really a political, I like t-shirts now because t-shirts really can give statements. So that was a huge statement to me, being that it's 2022 and this dude's wearing a Bush Reagan campaign shirt.
Huge, bro. Say, bro, because like, honestly, if you really think about it, 84, there was a lot of things that were set into place that is manifesting, or is at least trying to manifest
now
in right now.
It's actually what's happening now. It was set up then. So it's so it's so important. So, you know, and him wearing that shirt, it really stuck out to me. I had to ask him, I'm like, what the hell, you know?
Yeah, because I mean, there were some things, you know, because I mean, really, like, I mean, that is very significant. It's weird that you even saying that, or, you know, like, to me, like, this is just like things that's just like really just coming in and slapping me upside the head.
That's what happened. When I saw his shirt, my brain started going so fast I couldn't even think about work no more. So much shit flooding my brain. I was like, damn. And then I looked at some stuff and it popped up on my timeline. The whole thing I got a video on it. The campaign that year.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, like, that's really like a lot of the beginning of that NWO talk.
All of that shit.
Rex 84 plan.
And then let me add another layer. The book 1984. Dun dun dun.
Yeah, now see, I'm not familiar with the book, but there's a lot of things that they were putting into place back then that they're like, you know, been strongly trying to implement, like.
And it's a lot of symbolism. And what happened in that election, like, it's like I be saying before, I be seeing the same, because now I couldn't follow that politics. I was young back then, but looking at it now, I can see how it relates. Like, it's the same play, like we be saying all the time. They play the same play. And I see when I watched this video and I kind of covered this stuff and looked at it, I was like, damn, this is exactly the same thing they did recently. Like, I think it was with Bernie Sanders and shit. I think that was the election I was thinking of, but specific as like exactly the same moves. And like in this one, you know, they sold a certain thing to the public, you know what I mean? And one thing that I do want to focus on, because this video, this guy, he's an ex-CIA agent, and he was saying, you know, it's not two parties. It's really only one party. You know what I'm saying? Good guy, bad cop. He kept screaming that over and over. The guys was asking him questions in the video, and they were like, well, why is this? And he kept coming back and saying, bruh, you don't get it. They're the same party. They're on the same team. It's, you know, you have individuals that disagree with how to do things and stuff like that, but pretty much they're on the same team. They're not. That's what people really got to understand.
Seriously, I mean, well, I saw a video last week that this was an older video. I think I may have shared it to a few people. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you got it as well. But you know, he talked about a lot of the things that, you know, where he, you know what I'm saying, to just pretty much reminding us that it doesn't matter what party we're looking at, because they all have the same aim. They might have different tactics. They might have, you know, a different tone or, you know, voice, you know, thing that they're trying to push to the people. But ultimately, it's to get to the same goal. regardless of the party. You know what I'm saying? So they're all in it. You know, like some of them might even have some ulterior motives of their own, that the reason why they go in a direction that they go in, but ultimately it's to accomplish that very same
because
goal.
they work for the people, the man, whatever. And if they're not doing the job that's just like any job, if you're not doing what the boss wants you to do, then he's gonna get you up out of there and put somebody else in there that's gonna do the job. Period. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter if you're Republican or Democrat. And I wish people would understand. I want to read some more comments underneath this one. It's this is the video that we just played about Biden, you know, the plane. Okay,
Yeah.
it says, "Hello from Delaware, USA. For those not from the area, there are hundreds of recreational planes, Cessna, Piper, Beechcraft, etc. daily. There's also commercial planes that carry sky banners as advertisements. Crop dust farms are not far from the beach. And Dover Air Force Base, about 50 miles away, traffic is always a problem when the president is around. This time, someone in the air traffic didn't get the message, which is certainly understandable." And that could have been what happened, very simply. Let me read some more. It says, "It wasn't an unauthorized plane. It was an unauthorized question from an independent journalist." Another one. It says, "They should have rushed him to the local old age home where he can receive the proper care." Why
That's
y'all so
funny.
mean to Biden, man?
Man, that's funny.
Let me read a couple more. It says, "Got to love the media for asking the tough questions. What did Jill have for dinner?" Telling you, man.
Well, say, bro, I'm gonna tell you. I mean, I think it's cruelty for them to be forcing this guy
To
to
go out
be
there and talk and
to.
shit.
Yes, like like, I mean, this is like, this is punishment to this old guy. Like, this is elderly abuse that they're making this guy do tours around the world and talk about things that he doesn't know about, or
Or
that
even care, probably.
he may not, he barely can remember from day to day who he is. So
I think he's really smart, but I just think that he'd rather be playing golf or fishing or something.
man, like, like he wants to live, whatever life he can. So he's doing whatever his bosses tell him to do. But I think right now he's probably voting for Trump too.
I wanted to mention Trump too, because he's so coming back on the scene. What did he say? He said something. It's gone viral about the old clip where he was talking about the gas and talking about if Biden becomes president, y'all might as well just get rid of your car. So the gas price is gonna be so high.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard to argue with that now. Like, that's the reason why that's why it's viral, is because it's.
But as I say, bro, it was so many things that was true. Like, I mean, and it's messed up that no matter how true something is, if you say anything, positive about Trump, like, now you're just, you're scum of the earth, because, like, they're such bitches that they were so scared they had to go vote for Biden, because they're so scared that, I mean, dude, look at what we're going through right now. Like, I mean, I don't really know a time that's been worse. I mean, to me, it honestly seems to be worse every time we have and I'm looking at the, the blow, like, things that we see after the fact, because, like, I was one of the fools that thought that, we had a better life under Democrats too. But, like, really, when you pay attention, like, our lives always get worse when we're under Democratic rule.
Well,
Like,
I
that
think that
is,
is.
it's a lot of, like, because I believe in the two-party system, but I don't think that, like, one party, for whatever reason, things lose control.
But it's the good cop, bad
Fast.
cop thing, and overall, we're going into dystopia. It doesn't matter who's in there. We're banging the drum to dystopia. You know, And that's what's happening, and it's both parties. But it's good cop, bad cop. That's what they do. They make you look, oh, it's them. No, it's them. It doesn't matter which side you're on, and that's just to distract you from the reality of they both suck, and they're fucking us royally.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I'm looking for more evidence, but there's I think more than a rumor, but there's people that's in different sectors of our country that says that their charter has expired again, and this time that the original people of the land have actually, like they disputing them to be able to renew it. So I think with some of the chaos that we're seeing may be because of them not being able to do what they normally do. Like they're saying that this charter actually expired in 18, maybe, yeah, I think in 19. So like with all of the things that has happened since 19, kind of makes it, I don't know, it's weird. Like, what I'm saying, like I said, I personally have not seen enough proof for myself, but just to hear some of the things that's going on, I'm definitely looking to see whatever it is that I can see. And I don't want to just kind of, just make up stuff. I want real firm proof, what I'm saying, before I, celebrate or think that we're really truly moving into a different era in time.
Well, we're moving into a different era of time for sure, because we're moving into Aquarius, and people can't, that's the thing. And then, certain people that are aware of things, they're able to harness these energies. Like the name of the show today is The Planets Are Aligned.
I saw that. That's why I was like, you know what? Because I ain't gonna lie, I've been busting my ass on different projects, different things that's going on here, and I was like, you know what? I got a little energy. I'm going on tonight because I mean, when I hear things like that, I'm like, okay, and I can be a part of it. Yeah, let's do this.
Let's go. I feel you. So it's a real thing. Let me pull this up right quick. Okay. Washington Post. Am I sharing this? Okay, yeah. Washington Post. 5 planets are aligned in the night sky for the first time in 18 years. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn.
Man.
So just think about, before we even go any further, they said 18 years, first time, and then it's 5 planets. So let's think about these numbers. And then you got Jupiter, which is Jupiter's our protector in the universe, in our little solar system, rather. That's our big bro. That, you know what I mean? He look out for us. And then you got Saturn. Saturn is that feminine energy, right? It's that chaos and creation energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you got Mercury, Venus, and Mars. So these are all the planets that are next to us. We're missing out of this. So all the planets closest to the sun, right? These are all the first planets, just other than us. They're all aligned. Right?
So do we come into alignment with them during any month, or?
That's a good question. Man, I wish Doc was here. He could look that up for us, because I'm sure that can be looked up easily, but I ain't got time to look that up. I can't do that and do the show at the same time, but yeah, that's a very good question. So maybe we were already before or something, and we came out or something, that's really interesting. I really want somebody we're going to have to cover that and talk about it tomorrow and clear that up, because I really need to know. So yeah, but just the basis right here. 5 planets are aligned in the night sky for the first time in 18 years, and it's Jupiter, Saturn, Mars, Venus, and Mercury. So what kind of powers and energies are released right now? Are there any
Oh
portals?
my God.
Or
Oh my God. Say, bro. You know, I hadn't my focus hadn't been on all of these different planets, but it just kind of because I mean the one of the main things that I guess has caught my attention more than anything is Antarctica. But you know, all of the things that it's saying that is being released, things that was flash frozen thousands of years ago, and energies that was caught up within that that's slowly being released because you know it's melting. So I mean, and those were what some people are saying were you know, a race that stemmed from the Atlanteans that flash flood, you know, that got flash frozen in Antarctica. So there's so many things that's going on to where, you know, it's really kind of hard to say. I mean, all of these things that's coming into play, 5 planets being in total alignment, or like, I mean, even if they're not all in a straight line, just the fact that they are in, you know, like those energies that is emitting into the universe or into our solar system, man, it's crazy. I don't know. It's too much for me to even really put together right now.
Yeah, my brain is going 100 miles an hour too because I'm thinking about the different energies of those different planets. So let's talk about that a bit. What does Mars represent? What do you?
Could it truly be like the chaos, like I mean the chaos from one, the ease from one, the you know the brilliance of another, the you know like all these things that could become. I mean, could this be something that would actually bring you know a certain type of energy to Earth that will bring it back into order?
And I can't see how it wouldn't affect us. Now, what it do to us, I don't know. And then so then you have to think about balance, right? Because if they're aligned, you automatically think about balance. So is it causing some kind of like balance for us?
Well, I wish I wish I could, you know, because I'm far from this, you know, scientifically answering that, you know, like, you know, I can feel something going on. You know, but you know, I feel like there's a disruptor, you know, spirit out there, and it's also, you know, something that you know also that makes me feel calm, like, you know, makes me, you know, like some of the things that just makes me just I don't, you know, I'm not really worried about, you know, really that outcome. Whatever happens, happens. 'Cause I mean, you know, I feel like for some people, you know, if you really think about a lot of the stuff that we're seeing here on Earth, you know, a lot of these, you know, all of a sudden there's just mass shooting after mass shooting. You know, I feel like there is a spirit that is worried about what's actually taking place right now. You know, they're trying to keep our focus away from a lot of the important things that are actually happening. And if you get caught up into a lot of that, you're probably gonna, you know, be shortchanged after, you know, everything is all said and done because, you know, you didn't focus on what was really important. You focused too much on, you know, the, you know, the woes of Earth than, you know, the things that can actually uplift you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I wish we had somebody who could jump on here that knew a lot about the zodiac signs and stuff like that. Those people that are really into that. I used to know someone that knew a lot about that shit, and it's like that you gotta study that shit for a long time. You can't just fucking be talking about it and don't know what the hell.
I'm very much into it, but like I'm not that guy that can, you know,
I'm not that guy either.
I can't read you.
I was so fascinated. This guy that's really into it read a lot of books and stuff, and it's really a lot of information. It's really a lot to it, and I was so fascinated when the guy was talking about different stuff related to this stuff, and then I was just like, I'm trying to take it all in because, like, and they talk about the earth signs and the air signs and the water signs, and you know what I'm saying, and how all this stuff affects you. Like, that's real stuff. Because we can't think that the stars. Look how much impact the sun has on us. You know what I'm saying? We can't, and look how much impact we can't deny that moon has. And people act crazy when the moon is full.
Well, I'm like this because I mean, if God is everything, we can't leave anything out when it comes to how things affect us. So I mean, even to the smallest insect, like to the microorganisms, that the atoms, like every little thing that we can't see that is important to us. We have to, we have to really put everything into perspective, that each and everything, if we believe, if you really believe in the monolithic, God, the one that is of all, there's just that one being above all. Yeah, you have to look at it from every angle. You know what I'm saying? Like, regardless of what you call him, a lot of these things you have to really try to put into perspective and see where where you fit into this whole cycle, this whole.
And I wish we was thinking about that kind of stuff. Then who the fuck won the basketball game tonight?
Yeah. Well, who did win?
I don't know, and I don't give a fuck. I think it was Boston who won. This shit's gonna go to 7 games, I think, just because, like I be saying, it's all about money. They're gonna make money off of this stuff, and it's like every it's it flows into football. From football, what is it? How does it go? Football into basketball into baseball. Is that how it go? And it's always like everybody is just like, okay, who won the game? And then you got soccer, the international football. Who won the game? Is like, I don't care, man. I really don't. Like, it's a lot of other shit going on. It's always somebody playing some ball game and winning or losing. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I'm with you because I mean, I hardly ever, like, I haven't seen a finals game in years up until last week, and I was here, hanging out with my brother, and he's watching. My brother, my cousin, they stay into sports and all that kind of stuff. But for me personally, I guess number one, even before I was on the road, like as a truck driver, I was just not that crazy. I didn't care. I mean, the Bulls, back in the Bulls, like that's when I really watched. You know what I'm saying? That's if we take a look back at it. But now I'm definitely, in a different space. Of course, I'm older. Things that was important to me then, I don't even remember what they were. Like, there's so many other things now that
people just want to be liked. They want to agree. They want to be seen. I think going to the game is pretty cool, though. But going there just to be seen is another thing. But enjoying the event, I can enjoy an event. You know what I mean? Yeah. But just like watching it on TV and then like being so into it as far as who won and who lost, I don't care. And then, well, I understand when people be betting and stuff, but that's what it's all about. They want to get you into it, Vegas, Las Vegas. So all of this is really that. It's all about money. So much money being made. So, running numbers. You can't run numbers legally, but you can bet on these football games, the basketball games. But whatever. Let's get back to this planetary line. I want to read Washington Post comment. It says, the best planetary party in 18 years has begun. Like a 17th century astronomer, you can join it by just looking up. Throughout June, skywatchers can see Earth's 5 closest planetary neighbors in a row with their naked eyes. About half an hour before sunrise, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn are aligned in their natural order from the sun stretching in the diagonal starting low in the east. On June 3rd and 4th, the distances between Mercury and Saturn was only 91 degrees. So, man, that's crazy. So you can just look at it. So imagine what kind of rituals people are doing in the morning. If you can look up and see them. Let me read some more. It says, planets are often getting closer to each other and further away from each other, but this is just a particular fun order. It's just coincidence, said Michelle Thaler, an astronomer at NASA. It's just kind of this really sort of fun tour of the solar system that you can take for free. So I don't believe in coincidences, and everything happens in cycles, and energies are real. It says, read more through the link in our bio. Image description. A photo illustration shows Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn in the night sky. Text reads, 5 planets are aligned in the night sky for the first time in 18 years. Somebody's comment underneath it. It says, 18 years precisely. The planets will align ever so nicely. The time to act will be at hand. Unleash the Titans, your monstrous band. Then the once proud Zeus will finally fall, and you, Hades, will rule all. A word of caution to this tale: should Hercules fight, you will fail. I don't know what he was really saying. He was all over the place, but that was
No,
really
that
interesting.
I think that's a riddle for some people who,
Understands.
that's probably deep into the, you know, what you call the, the different fraternities, the real fraternities.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I like to read comments. And I used to read spy novels all the time. But what I've noticed from reading comments under because I like to watch news and global events and shit, and reputable sources and stuff. But anyways, under the comments, what I've noticed, because I've read comments for years and years and years, people be communicating with each other under the comments without. It's not like what I mean, not straightforward as far as what y'all are probably thinking. As far as the post a comment, somebody replies, they post a comment, somebody replies. No, not like that. They are communicating through these comments underneath these YouTube videos, but it's not a back and forth that you would get unless you saw it underneath a whole bunch of videos. And also it's kind of coded. You know what I'm saying? So, and I noticed it, and I've been catching it every now and then. And so like I say about the spy thing, and then like whoever, like CIA even, or people that are not CIA that move that same way, and so that's what they do, and they leave these comments, and it's sending messages, and it's coded, and it's for the ones that can read it to understand it. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. I mean, it is. I mean, honestly, it's. I mean, not only is it for those who can understand it, but it's also so that certain people don't understand it. Because I mean, if there's, because there's a lot of us, this whole woke thing has been spun around. Like there's people who are clueless that claim to be woke, and you know, that's the part that really, I guess, it doesn't really irritate me, but it's just kind of crazy that, people who really feel like they know what's going on, are probably some of the most clueless people there is. You
I
know,
swear.
am I the one to say that I know everything? Hell no. But I do understand a lot of these things that's going on. I tap in to, a bunch of people who have been on this trail and been following this trail for a long time. And, I kind of, followed their lead, you know what I'm saying? But it's a bunch of folks that don't even realize that, their energy is being used at every time something's happening. Like, I mean, you're woke, but every time something that you see on the news or whatever, you're, you're getting yourself in an uproar and allowing your energy to be used right back against you. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, like really don't, you know what I'm saying? Like I wish people really, really got it because I mean they wouldn't be saying they're woke. Like they would might maybe just really just keep paying attention. I mean, if you really listen to like, go back and listen to um Erica Badu. I mean, the person who really knows something knows they know nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right, because it's way too much knowledge. You could be alive forever and still only scratch the surface.
I mean, there's still so much to learn at every turn that just, when you start talking about, well, this. I mean, what did you see what happened last week? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's things that's still happening every day.
So it's infinite. It's infinite.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have time to truly. Each person. That's why we need people in these different realms that at least study. Because I mean, even with them giving us what they come up with, we're still not getting it all. Like I don't, I think it's impossible for us to truly get it all. Maybe we can capture some of the energies without even knowing that we have, but really just being aware and available for the growth and the change is what, I think people need to really focus themselves toward more than anything, that, they get together with these, marches and this, that, and the other for change. But when the chance and the possibility for change is happening because what's happening in the universe, the different alignments, if you can learn to start to channel your energy to work along or in harmony with others, like how about that? Like you going to make a big you go out into the streets and march and stuff and everybody see you. I mean, you probably did you realize that you can harness more energy sitting still and shutting the hell up?
Yep. And we miss it by running around and being all, what's the word for it? Like having this anxiety, and rushing things and trying to be controlling, and that's how we miss it. We miss the energy.
I mean, I think a lot of people forget about the power of silence because I mean, when you're letting people know exactly what's on your mind, I mean, you leave them to be, that you're setting them free because they know what's on your mind. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you need to make them wonder. Or, like I said, if you're in conjunction with enough people spiritually, all of those energies will start speaking up for you while you're claimed, while they think you're just sitting around doing nothing. You actually can meditate enough with others that will actually everything that you wished and hoped for all your life could actually come true. But nobody wants to sit still long enough for that. Get distracted and onto another thing instead of that focus, real good focus work, you know what I'm saying? Which I mean a bunch of people are doing.
Before we move on to the next segment, I just want to mention my Cash App again. Enjoy the show, want to support, you can at Cash App, King Shark ENT. I'm kind of hurting. I changed jobs, and so I'm in between, and I got a check coming, but I'm kind of hurting. I ain't gonna lie. So if anybody want to put some money on there, I'd appreciate it. Give me some gas to get to work and shit. So that's that. Let me move on to this. ALC has some pretty good words here. I kind of liked. I don't always like what she says, but I liked what she said here at the end of this clip. I saw a video, something, I don't remember what it was, but in like ALC was outside. Anyways, I'm gonna move on because that's my perverted self.
10 people at a supermarket in Boulder, Colorado. Those profit margins, $280 million, go to lobbying. Is that correct? Much of that goes to lobbying, correct?
Significant amounts go to lobbying, correct?
And for context, the NRA spent about $250 million in 2020 alone. That's more than twice the entire salary of Congress combined. Let's talk about one thing more important to lobbyists and the gun industry than children, than houses of faith, than human beings. Let's talk about profit. This is about blood money. Between 2019 and 2021, 2 years, leading gun manufacturer Sturm and Ruger saw gross profits double to almost $280 million. In fact, during an earnings call, their CEO called the sales boom, quote, historic, ferocious, and that the future was bright. A month after that, an AR-556 pistol murdered 10 people at a supermarket in Boulder, Colorado. Those profit margins, $280 million, go to lobbying. Is that correct? Much of that goes to lobbying, correct?
Significant amounts go to lobbying, correct?
And for context, the NRA spent about $250 million in 2020 alone. That's more than twice the entire salary of Congress combined.
That's crazy. So she's saying, in 1 year, the NRA spent more in lobbying than Congress makes altogether. So then you can't think that this money doesn't have an influence on these people. Like, people want to think that, okay, yeah, these people are all rich or whatever. They're not worried about. No, that's how they get elected. That's how they have that beach house. That's how they have that. All of this is through this. So, and if somebody pays you a whole bunch of money to lobby their position for whatever, you better believe they're going to want a return on that. What do y'all think? What's up, Doc?
What's up, Doc? Man, I think personally, I think that, this is another shock and awe moment. This is like something to truly, distract us. I don't think it's any different. Like they're throwing these numbers around about the NRA, but I mean, what about all the other dollars that's getting shifted around for things that doesn't,
How much is green energy lobbying?
Who?
Green energy.
Oh my God.
Any other thing that they are so much for, how much are they lobbying? They're saying, hey, look how much money they're spending. What about other industries, other things? How much did Jeff Bezos spend lobbying the government?
Yeah, and I mean,
how
honestly,
much did Zuckerberg spend lobbying the government about his, privacy issues and things?
But I mean, the reason why all of that really doesn't matter is because they're saying these things to do nothing. Like after it's all over, said and done, they're talking about what NRA is spending. They're talking about this, the guns, like all the profits they making. They're not going to change anything because it doesn't benefit them to. This, this is a cycle. This is something that this is things that, keep you and I guess things to talk about on this show. But at the same time, I don't think she's doing anything special or something that hasn't been done before, because they bring up these stories, they find they point at somebody, oh, here's our boogeyman, but no, this NRA is not our problem. They're probably the most, responsible people with guns. You know what I'm saying? And because, they have made money, off of. Go ahead.
See, they've got you distracted, and you're worried about that issue. It's not a gun issue. That's the problem that people aren't understanding. It's a broken human being issue.
Well,
This isn't about this gun or that gun or off the streets. Look at Detroit, look at New York, the most gun-free cities in the country with the highest amounts of gun violence. Okay, so taking guns away from citizens doesn't work. The problem is we look at these last 5 minutes. Why are we not looking at why we know there were signs of this going to happen? Here's a question that nobody's asking right now. This kid, he's 18. He's only been 18 a couple of months. He bought a $1,200 M4, a $2,700 M4. He bought 1,600 rounds for those, which cost about $1 a piece. Magazines. He had magazines for every single round he had. That's about another $1,000, give or take. He had a handgun unidentified. We're going to call that what? $400 to $600. 100 rounds estimated, another $100. His vest, $200. We're talking $6,000 to $9,000 before tax.
But bro, see, but when I bring
Why
that
did
type of
this not flag a signal when an 18-year-old tried to buy it?
yeah, exactly. I mean, how do they even know that?
Mental issue or not?
Yeah, I mean, really, I think in another show I was talking about the psychology of the person who is even thinking about that type of purchase. Where, like, if they talked about the guy Uvalde getting teased because of not having the clothes that was cool and this, that, and the other. Okay, well, if that's the case, then why didn't he go get some cool clothes in the place of the gun so that he wouldn't have to be talked about? Like, what, now he's, looking at the fact that, okay, I'd rather go kill people instead of just fixing myself, or,
There had to be signs. There had to be signs.
Well, it's definitely science, but look, I mean, I look at it even I think maybe it is a little bit deeper than where we are, because it's like, bro, why in a country that's the richest of all countries, that's so sad. Like, I mean, there's enough money in this country to take care of everybody, but their focus is more on keeping us impoverished, or looking for a handout, or even have, like, that's the fact that we have to beg our country for some understanding of what's really going on. Like, I mean, bro, like, we're living in an unjust society.
Look, I want my 5'3" wife to have an AR-15. Put it in the statement. I want her to have one here at the house. I'm sorry there's some crazy people around, but it's not right for her not to be able to have one here at the house.
I'm sorry. I'm not understanding everything. Like,
he was saying that he wants his wife, his girl, to have a gun. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I think they're talking about AR-15s. They're not talking about handguns, and I think they were off the topic because she was talking about lobbyists. But as far as Pat, your point, as far as them, just the Democrats just talking shit and not really doing nothing, I can sympathize with that. But the point is that the power of lobbying is like, our vote doesn't mean anything when these lobbyists pouring money on these politicians. It doesn't matter which side they're on, and it doesn't matter if it's the gun topic or pharmaceuticals or whatever. Mark Zuckerberg, it's all the same shit. Whoever has the most money. I saw this shit where this dude, he's running for some position. He spent $39 million of his own damn money for this thing, you know.
Well, I'm sure. Look, I'm gonna tell you. Last week there was a whole discussion between everybody. All right, so who's gonna go out there and talk shit about the NRA? Well, I'm not getting any money from them. I'll talk shit about them. You know, like, and this is how we have her here talking about the NRA and their lobbying power. You know, like, bro,
They
like,
probably sent her a text and they was like, "You're up. It's on you."
yeah. Yeah, bro. Like
Here's
they're
your
pulling,
ATM code.
they're pulling out strings. At least trying to, like, they're trying to puppeteer us and get us, you know, all riled up and giving new talking points for us to dispute at each other as we, you know, go have these discussions. Like,
As we continue to get the banana in the tailpipe, as we continue to get the corn cob.
NRA has one mission: to not get handguns banned. I mean, handguns, they're trying their best to keep guns in play because they make money off of it. And not in a bad way. They're not the evil corporation selling guns to criminals out the back door. They're just, NRA, well, used to, I don't know about now. They were about the rights of the people to defend yourself. And they've actually jumped up on things like bump stocks. You know, the guys that sell the metal disc you can replace in the AR-15s that allow them to switch to burst and auto fire. You used to be able to buy those through friggin' Google and Amazon, dude, off of eBay for like $100. And if you know what you're doing, you could disassemble your rifle, replace that little chip thing, and you'll have a fully automatic weapon.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, but I think you're being naive, Doc, because the NRA is the face for these gun manufacturers, and because of our lax laws, we're the number one exporter of illegal weapons in the world. A lot of these guns end up in other countries, just the little handguns and pistols.
So let's sue Stanley because someone killed someone with a hammer.
That's not the point. The point is it's about money. The point is they want to sell more guns. They don't give a damn what happens. You know what I'm saying? They don't care if they're killing people or not killing people. They just want to sell more guns. Period. Make more money.
Sure. I mean, we've got a level of assumption here going on.
I mean, I could be wrong about anything that I say, but the way I see it is the NRA is a face. You know what I'm saying? They're political face that represents all of these different gun manufacturers. The gun manufacturers want to keep on manufacturing guns so that they can keep selling guns, so that they can keep making money. And of course, it's not demonic. They just want to make money. You know what I'm saying? But the results of it is like, you know, more guns, them making more money, is more guns in circulation, which is more people getting shot. And they have a room. They have like a little protection, a separation from the what's happening using the NRA. The NRA is their little, you know, buffer zone. Does that make sense?
I hear you, and you know, I believe that as well. But you know, like, I mean, I think we're still getting lost in the sauce because, you know, regardless of, you know, I mean, look, if we lived in a just society, like the discussion of, you know, getting rid of guns and this, that, and the other might be more palatable. But I mean, when, you know, you have, you know, like, we don't, you know, like the shootings that we're seeing, and then for people to think that, you know, our government has something to do with all of these shootings just so happen to be coming up, like, just the thought of it, you know, whether it's real or not, just the fact that the people don't trust the government enough to clear them of having any involvement with any of these shootings, like, that's you know, scary enough for people to be like, hell no. I'm like, look, you know, I'm gonna keep mine. You know, you'll peel it from my cold dead hands. I mean, that's what most people feel because, you know, the distrust that they have with our government.
And
And like I
that's
said, but
fair because that's what the Constitution is really about when it comes to the stuff. Because and just like the video we played in, I think you wasn't here yet. We played that video where the guy broke that down as far as like, you know, the whole point of it is to be able to handle the government if they get out of hand. You know what I'm saying?
No. I've said it actually on one of the shows before. The idea of the Constitution is not about telling people what they can't do to each other. It's about telling the people
government
what the government cannot do
can't
to us.
do to people. Exactly.
It
And
is
that's
about the control
because
of
it's
government, not the
because it's
control of people.
yes, and that's the thing that exactly that's what I think most people miss and why it's misconstrued so much because they think that the like the Constitution is a trial against the people, but no, it is a proclamation from the people of what their demands are, what they expect from
It's
their
defense,
government.
not offense.
Right. So if the government gets out of hand or they're tyrannical, the people are gonna be like, okay, we're not with this no more. So that's why we got these weapons and let's
and
put
we,
them to
and
work.
we can justly remove them from office because that's what this is all about, because that's what happens when people get too much power. The people allow these people to end up with so much power to where they abuse it and they use it against you, the people who allowed you to get to where you are. And they're like, that's where this is like, okay, I mean, this has happened in time, over time before, where people really thought they were higher than the people that they serve.
But I think people are going at it the wrong way. Recently,
I think they feel like they're that right now. I'm sorry. I like AOC, little letters. It looks down every time she talks about the people. I don't think she's in touch with the people that actually voted her. They came from New York. They're not thinking about all that. They're thinking about surviving right now.
Look, Chaka's president said in a speech this year, I got a message you from time to time. Now, but no, honestly, but no, in all honesty, Biden did say "we the people," and he tried to make it as if that meant the people in that room, in the Senate. Like the
that's
people.
that double speak shit. That's all fucked up.
Yes. And like if he can promote that idea and have them to continue to think that this is for us, like gives us the power to do this, that, and the third.
But that's not what he means. He's like,
we
meant us.
I'm still trying to figure out how he got by with saying, if you're not voting for me, you're not black.
Yeah,
and
well, I'm not black, and just didn't vote for him. So
I know, but how did he get by with that?
Because that shows the power of the Democratic establishment. Because he wasn't even supposed to. He didn't even want to run. Like it's
no. Listen, let me tell you. See, he grew a big set, some large cojones, being president along, being vice president alongside of Barack Obama. And I think he's things that Obama may have allowed him to say or do and think made him feel that it was okay for him to say that to Charlemagne when he was getting interviewed by him, because Charlemagne mostly has a black crowd. But
they do that all the time though.
But Trump didn't say anything worse than that. Trump was like, what do you have to lose? Like, why don't y'all give me a shit? Like, like these people have been screwing y'all forever. What do you have to lose?
They do that shit all the time when they want the black vote. Remember when Nancy Pelosi had kente cloth? Go ahead.
Oh my God. No, go with that. That one's better.
That was so terrible. It was such a it was cringy as photo op. You know what I'm saying?
The tribe that sold the most slaves. Oh my God, that was horrible. That was, oh yeah.
It hurt.
Someone fucked up on that research assignment.
It hurt so bad when I saw that. And what was it? Was that after the whole thing with Black Lives Matter and whatever? And
yeah,
it was so painful to see how the pandering, the obvious pandering, the obvious fakeness, you know, the obvious insensitivity, pretending to be sensitive, like the lack of empathy. It was disgusting.
Well, I've got one that people don't like me for, and that's if you got a problem and want to prosecute the January 6th guys, I want you to go back and prosecute the people that were burning courthouses and were blocking police officers and burning down police stations. It's the same thing.
Well, I think they did prosecute those people.
No, they didn't. They let them all out, and certain people in office today actually help support their bail. Come on.
Okay. Well, let me play some of this right here. Let's flip it.
Us now, and this is startling to hear.
I know, I wouldn't have thought of this, but it was a new study from researchers at the Children's Hospital of Michigan, and they found that the number of kids who have been accidentally poisoned by melatonin has jumped by 530% over the past decade, largely in kids under the age of 5. So when kids take too much melatonin, not surprisingly, they become incredibly sleepy and often become difficult to arouse. But in severe cases, kids can actually die.
Is skyrocketing. Dr. Malcolm
So
Marshall joins us now, and this is startling to
Who's
hear.
overdosing their kids with melatonin? What the fuck? Go ahead.
Well, kids that think, oh, I can't sleep, melatonin, because you see it everywhere. Melatonin works. Parents who are like, I wish that little bitch would go to sleep instead of sleep. Ooh, here, throw the goblin some melatonin pills.
But damn, stay to sleep sounds like dead.
But the thing is, you're giving a child, even though it's a generally safe herb and thing, you're giving a child probably a double amount because you're a dumbass and don't know what you're doing if you're giving it a child in the first place. Probably a double amount that you would give an adult.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm going to assume you're a dumbass if you're giving it to a child to keep them to sleep because their bodies produce too much of that anyway.
Man, I don't know. I'm gonna tell you this. I don't know what really direction to go in, but like I've heard of like this something similar with, you know, giving kids NyQuil and different, what's this, Benadryl and
Ooh, that was the late 80s and early 90s. It was called the Binkatini. You dip their binky in like Vicks 44 or something like that. That's why the babies grew up and started on the lean in the 90s.
Damn.
I never really thought of it that way, but that would be that crowd. Like that was something that probably, because I mean, if you really think about it, a lot of the pill crowds or kids that were, their parents were probably on the crack era. So I mean,
and bro, y'all remember that Everybody Hates Chris episode where it was like she would give him NyQuil for everything, like if he got hit by a car, NyQuil. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
if you sprain your ankle, NyQuil. Yeah.
You got to remember, Reagan got all the drugs on the street with the war on the drugs. Then the Democrats went and fucking arrested all of the drug dealers, which left nothing but the crack babies to raise the next generation. And so, am I wrong with the simple solutions like the Binkatini and the drugs and all that? And now my kid is part of a generation that grew up with pills everywhere. I mean, half the people I work with are on Adderall. I mean, because it's cheaper and easier to get than Coke.
Man, and you really struck something in my head because I grew up in the 80s and 90s, and I saw that lean culture and freaking NyQuil and the what is it? The cough syrup.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about because it was another one that was like way
promethazine and codeine. And it just put you to sleep, really. Like these these guys
I'm
drink
I'm
it.
trying to think of the
slang?
name of the
Yeah.
name of the one that you could buy in the store that was supposed to be like the strong one. Wow.
Yeah.
But
So,
go ahead. Go ahead,
anyways,
yeah.
yeah, the promethazine, the codeine, and it's like that's interesting to me that Doc said that because if you're a kid and you grew up drinking NyQuil all the time, you probably understand the effects of it once you get older. And then you get old enough, you're like, well, shoot, I'm gonna do this for fun.
Well, no, it was a natural thing for them to get addicted to it because this is something that they like their body was getting from childhood, and then there was probably a period of time where they didn't get it because between the ages of probably 8 and you know 14, 15 or whatever that they didn't, and then they get 15, 16, 17, and they able to find it on the streets or something, and they try it. It's just like was like too much like home, or a feeling that they it was like a euphoric feeling that they remember from childhood or something. Like, I mean, I could see how that could become addictive to a child that to a teen or an adult that had it as a child.
And the melatonin thing kind of stuck out to me because I'm like, besides the sleepy part, what is the thing with melatonin? Like, I don't know. It just kind of jumped on in my mind when I saw this story. Like,
Okay, roughly put, melatonin is a chemical that your brain produces when you go to sleep or when you're sleeping. So if you take melatonin, it helps you get to sleep quicker because it boosts your body producing it as well and gets you sleep better, to sleep deeper. It's
Yeah.
one of the hippie things that a lot of people. It is good when used properly, right doses for the right problems.
Yeah, because I think the chemical, the way the chemical works, it triggers, and it triggers other chemicals, like brings up like I think like the DMT, like the
It will also make you pee the bed if you take too much.
don't we get melatonin from like the moon or the sun or something like that? And it because I remember something having to do with smoking weed and not being able to sleep, like and marijuana blocking melatonin, or like being awake at night and sleeping during the day. I don't know. Y'all help me with that.
Well, there's also an issue with like the usage of these devices, like the blue light in the cell phones, the TVs, the computers, the tablets and all that. There's a blue light in that where if you get overexposure from that, triggers you to having trouble sleeping and resting.
Okay, from the Google, melatonin is a hormone made by the part of the brain called the pineal gland. Melatonin helps regulate your sleep cycle. It tells your body when it's time to go to sleep and when it's time to wake up.
So, but that's the thing. One of the biggest things that disrupts that is these devices, the phone, the tablet, the computers, the television, all these things. The actually it's the blue light. That's why at one point they had those glasses called the blue blockers that came out, was to block out that
No, dude,
that light.
blue blockers go way back to the 70s and 80s. Those were developed for people who have ultraviolet sensitive eyes.
Well, but that's.
I actually had them prescribed. They were $280 adjustment to your thing until that As Seen on TV comes out with them for $19.95.
It's
and
been
more,
around.
and wait,
It's been around for a long. Look, I promise you, this thing has been around for a long time. They understood that technology even then. That's how you were able to have it in the 80s, the 70s, and 80s because they understood.
That's how they started figuring it out. The computers were just coming in, but it was what I'm saying was it's originally a science that was being developed for people with ultraviolet sensitive eyes. And because of that, it was really expensive. But when it went on to computers and all the light and the feedback from the fluorescent lights and stuff like that, it became more common. So those glasses went from $300 to getting the lenses to $20. And now it's a major part of every single lens. If you get UV protection, and you'll notice the yellows are just a little bit off. And that's that blue blocker technology.
Yeah. Well, I think, because I mean, I don't think people realize how, evil or how diabolical some of these corporations are, because, they use these things, against us in so many different ways, that they purposely use blue light so that they'll keep you on these devices longer, like the social media corporations know that, like, they want to be able to use that in their devices so that you will stay on there and pay attention another 10 minutes, another 15 minutes. So, like, that's the part that I'm trying to, really express to people, that this is something that they're purposely doing. Like, it's not necessary to have the blue light in our optics, in our devices, but it's used because it also throws off your circadian rhythm. So, if you're disrupted, if they can keep you disrupted for whatever reason, you're not going to be the productive person that might decide to change the world and get, like, everybody's coming together to do things together because they realize how, what I'm saying? Like,
my circadian is 10 hours off.
Well, wait, Doc, because I want to move on to another segment, but I want to go back first, because we were talking about the planets being aligned earlier, and it's...
Yes.
I was actually talking to my girl about this. That's the first thing I've heard. I'm normally up all in this, and it's emailed to me from, like, different sources. This is the first I actually heard of it. I really can't comment. Well, I don't know the line, the meaning. I know about things like that, but I've got to get to my sources to understand, because it's more than just going, yeah, in alignment, because that could be good, that could be bad.
Right. And it depends on how you use it.
Just like, hey, what the fuck?
Well, and man, that is you, bro. You really hit it on the nose when you said that, Doc. Because I mean, that's just like what I was telling Chaka about a week or two ago about the moon energy and some of that blood moon energy. Like, are you sure that's something that you want to get it? Do you know enough about it to where you want to go out there and soak it in directly? Maybe you can try to use it indirectly. Soak up some energies. That what you want to focus on some specific things, but you think you want that raw energy to come and like really jump under your skin, what I'm saying? So, but that's very important to realize, to understand that a lot of those energies that's out there, you might be opening yourself up to something that you're not certain about, or that could affect you in ways you don't understand.
Dude,
but just be ready.
You just gave me some inspiration for some research about writing for my game world and stuff like that, because the blood moon happens all over the world.
Yeah.
Many cultures have all kinds of good, bad, because we were talking good, bad omens. They've got all kinds of different omens about it, and it's all parts of different mythology.
Yeah, I think intention. I'm sorry. I think intention really plays a big part in most of it, but still there is things to be aware of.
Yeah. So wait, Doc. But the reason why I brought it up was because it's 5 planets. Hold on, let me look at it because I don't want to say it wrong. Mercury,
5.
Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, and Earth is missing out of this. So Doc, could you look that up right quick and see?
So is Pluto.
Well, Pluto is way at the end, and they're not even a planet.
And it's a dwarf
I
planet.
couldn't just. This is one of the things where I just can't just look that up and figure out what it means.
Well, no, this is my
have to-
question.
I got to do multiple. This will take me a few hours to figure out.
Yeah, that's what sucks about research. But no,
Yeah,
just the.
if
I have the
if I
one
do it-
question.
Okay.
No, the question is, when was the last time the Earth was in line, or will it come in line, or something like that? Because
Okay, yeah, that's going to take more time.
yeah, well, that's my question. Maybe we could cover it tomorrow in the show because
Well,
I'm
that's
curious.
That's why I didn't even try. I got my laptop up here. I didn't even attempt it right now because I already know that. I mean,
There
for me
is,
to
I can't remember what it is, but there is a software that does just do software alignment of planets and things like that. You might be able to find it. It's a software that will sit there and you can go backwards and forward in time, and it will show you different alignments and conjunctions and all of that stuff.
I'm gonna tell you something. You know, I've been working on some other things. I'm usually, you know, because I hadn't been in a truck in over a week right now, and you
Good
know,
for
I'm
you.
usually
Yeah, good for you, man.
yeah. But however, I've been, you know, like I usually listen to, you know, Magic, Black Magic 363 at some point. You know, whatever shows that happened that week, and I haven't this time, and I know that they've hit on some of the topics like this because that's like his will, like that's, you know, the type of things he really gets into. You know, he finds people that discusses that. So I'm gonna look through that and see what I can find there, and maybe that can help me with the research of my own. You know, because it'll kind of at least guide me in a direction. Like I said, I'm not that dude that you know what I'm saying, like I don't. I'm gonna need some, you know, somebody to kind of propel my thought for me to take it to another level, and you know, or even to really have a true, honest discussion with it. Because, like I said, I know there's a lot of energies there, but for me to tell you directly, this is this and that instead, you know, like that probably take way longer than you know. But I'll try to find out what I can.
Yeah, like for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Did y'all hear the testimony from the chick, the little girl from the Uvalde shooting? And I'm sure y'all saw that stuff with old buddy
Dude,
Matthew McConaughey.
Please don't play this horror porn.
Okay. I was on the fence.
I'm sorry. When you put the kids up, when you say her name was this, her dreams were that, what are you trying to say? I mean,
I was on the fence about playing it, so.
I mean, excuse me. Please do so. I'm all right with it. I don't have a problem with it. But
Chaka,
I think that doing this is a bad thing. I mean, you know.
well, I'm gonna tell you I mean, this is like they're playing on people's emotions so much right now, bro.
They want you to share that.
Okay. I was on the fence about it. I can't remember. It was and then it's the other one.
Remember, they overwhelm your emotions to stop you from using your sense and your knowledge and your wisdom.
And then we're talking about the planets being aligned and the energies and stuff. That could be related.
Yes, bro. All these things, say, bro. Like, I mean, I know these are murders. These are people dying, you know, all over the place. But
It's
you
horrible
know,
shit.
we're dealing with people who don't care. Like yes, they will make sure people die
Broken people.
in order to get to their goal. Like they as long as we stay distracted, our minds are somewhere other than, you know, our families and building ourselves and, you know, getting our farms together, storing and stocking up and like as long as we're not doing stuff like that will defeat all of their efforts to sacrifice us, like that's you know what I'm saying? Like, that's really what we need to remind ourselves of, is that there's things that's going on big, like there's somebody that you know right now that's probably going to be starving, or not going to be able to eat in a couple of months. Shoot, when the winter comes, what's going to happen? You preparing?
This one might be like porn too, so let me stop. I think I'm gonna go to what I wanted to go to anyways. Is the
ignore that part.
The video of the spy, the
I sent
ex-CIA
you a
guy.
couple of videos that were really, really short on Messenger. So you might want to preview them one way or another. I just found them like almost comedy one way or another.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up Facebook. Before I do that, I'm gonna play some of this because this is what I wanted to get into, and we started a bit last week into this video, but it was late and I was tired, and I wanted to give this justice.
Have
So
you guys heard of Thomas Sowell? I think his name is.
No.
The guy that everyone is upset now because he's a black man that talks about the history of slavery, but not in the way it's currently seen.
Is he a politician?
No, I think he's just a researcher.
Does he work for like PragerU or something?
I don't know. I've just seen some. I've watched not just the original video, but reaction videos of other people. And
okay, let's pull him up. Why? Since you mentioned
it conflicts. It conflicts both narratives of white and black.
What's his name again?
Thomas Sowell. Sewell or Owell. There you go. There you go. Oh well. Reaction. Do reaction.
Wait, hold on. I don't think I got him. What's the last name again?
You got it. Thomas Sowell reaction.
Thomas. Wait. Spell the last name one more time.
You see it. Go 1, 2, 3, 4 down. Reaction. Yeah. That way you're getting other people reacting to it, and you're less likely to get tagged by his. Because we're reacting to a video that they're reacting to.
Which one?
Second one. Well, she doesn't look that interesting or funny.
So today we're doing.
Go to someone. The second one looks funny there. Just find someone that looks funny on that video.
Yeah, I don't know this guy. It's funny. His face looks slightly familiar.
Oh, black people do not like him.
That's probably why I haven't seen this guy. What's so sad about Thomas Sowell?
Ooh, I need to see that one later.
I want something that's short. Let's see. Joe Rogan will probably get me in trouble.
The problem is it's a 12-minute video, and you need to do the reactions. That way you don't get hit for... well, actually, you won't get hit. Thomas Sowell... it's facts about slavery you never knew. I think you should preview it before you watch it live on here.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared.
It's going to piss you off.
Yeah, well, I like to be pissed off, so that's okay. Everything pisses me off.
That off too, man, and I don't like to piss him off.
Everything pisses me off. I worry about the audience.
Facts about slavery never taught in school. I'm interested to see what I don't know and if I already know some of this stuff. Now, before we get started, please help me get to my 5,000 subscriber goal. And if you enjoy, go ahead and get into it.
She's so slow. That's why y'all supposed to watch my show.
Well, that's okay.
Today. Also,
she wants to get to 5.
She's so fucking slow.
The instrumental use of the history of slavery today also underlies the claim that slavery grew out of racism. For most of its long history, which includes most of the history of the human race, slavery was largely not the enslavement of racially different people, for the simple reason that only in recent centuries has either the technology or the wealth existed to go to another continent to get slaves and transport them en masse across an ocean. People were enslaved because they were vulnerable, not because of how they looked. The peoples of the Balkans were enslaved by fellow Europeans, as well as by the peoples of the Middle East, for at least 6 centuries before the first African was brought to the Western Hemisphere. Before the modern era, by and large, Europeans enslaved other Europeans, Asians enslaved other Asians, Africans enslaved other Africans, and the indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere enslaved other indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere.
I knew that. I knew that.
Slavery was not based on race, much less on theories about race. Only relatively late in history did enslavement across racial lines occur on such a scale as to promote an ideology of racism that outlasted the institution of slavery itself. Wherever a separate people were enslaved, they were disdained or despised, whether they were different by country, religion, caste, race, or tribe. In East Africa, the Maasai were feared slave raiders, and other African tribes, either alone or in conjunction with Arabs, enslaved their more vulnerable neighbors. As late as 1891, it was reported that Manyuema slavers had demoralized surrounding tribes, destroying crops, and famine reigned everywhere.
He hasn't said anything that pissed me off, and he's kind of just randomly saying shit. Let me see. Let's see if this gets better.
Well, no, this chick is like sliced white bread as far as exciting goes.
Yeah.
It's kind of dry. Like I said, that's why I was saying you should preview the overall video and then look reactions.
Because he's not.
And then I'm going to look up in that time while you're looking him up. I'm going to go find out what's bad about him because I like that.
Oh, well, I'll play this one. I don't care because he doesn't seem like I don't.
Welcome to I Digress.
It got more intricate about how the white people never actually invade and take slaves. About how all they did was just pull boats up to the coast and go, hey, load them up. Except for the Portuguese. The Portuguese were some slave raiding motherfuckers. But they mostly were teamed up with the Arabs and the Africans, or the Arabs that were coming down and doing slave raiding. Not really the intercontinental
slaves and transport them on.
So this is the video. I guess this is the one that she was playing. Why did they play? This is Alex Haley, right? Let me see.
By Alex Haley over an area larger.
Yeah, there's a comment about him in there because
I'm gonna play.
That's where people start getting mad. Is right there.
Okay, I'm gonna play his video because the other chick was
in all of Europe. The total number of slaves exported from East Africa during the 19th century has been estimated to be at least 2 million. The form in which the story of slavery has reached most people today has been along the lines of the best-selling book and widely watched television miniseries Roots by Alex Haley. Challenged on the historical accuracy of Roots, Haley said, "I tried to give my people a myth to live by. This instrumental use of history, or purported history, is open to the same objections as other instrumental myth-making."
Well, look. That pisses me off that Alex Haley is like, I wanted to give my people a myth to live by. What the fuck? We need a myth to live by? We don't need no fucking myth. Tell the fucking story.
How many times trying to be, look, man, you know how I argue. You know how I argue with people. But man, that Alex Haley thing hit me when I was about 25. I was trying to argue with someone and they pulled that shit out and I'm like, what the fuck?
It's a made up story,
'Cause
and it came out.
I was a Roots guy. I loved it. I love the
It's
book.
entertaining. It's great.
Well, see, I read the book. I didn't see the movie. I read the book. I thought it was well researched because there was so much about it that was real, about the culture, about this and that and the other. And then 10, 15 years later, all the things that I'm like, yeah, about are like, well, I was just trying to create a narrative that took everybody along. And I'm like, fuck you, dude.
Yeah, straight up.
My head. And I'm a white boy. Oh my God. How many people of color, black people, are like, this is my dogma. Kote kote, yeah.
And it's a lot of people still on that shit. And that's what sucks about that. Like we was talking about the New York Times and how they quietly say when they fucked up. And like I think a lot of people still think of Roots as a real thing, like something that actually happened, like it's history and shit. I hope everybody that's watching this show knows that it's not. It was all just a show. It was, it was not a real thing that happened. They had historical accuracy in it as far as these type of things could have happened. You know what I mean? Similar scenarios definitely could have happened.
Damn good show.
Yes.
The movie, the book was. Everyone should still read the book, knowing that. It is a great piece of storytelling. The first movie was. The second movie, yeah, it was okay. I enjoyed watching it. But, yeah, it's not dogma. It's not real.
Yeah. Let me play some more of it.
It's as real as Django.
Yeah, and Django is great. I love fucking Django.
Love it.
Despite the impression created by Roots, during the era of the massive slave trade from West Africa, a white man was more likely to catch malaria in Africa than to catch slaves himself. The average life expectancy of a white man in the interior of sub-Saharan Africa at that time was less than 1 year. By and large, men from Europe or the Western Hemisphere came to the coasts of Africa, bought their slaves, and left as soon as possible. Even so, the death rates among the white crews of the ships carrying slaves to the Western Hemisphere were as high as the death rates among the slaves themselves. It was only much later, after quinine and other medical measures enabled Europeans to survive where there were tropical diseases, was it possible for them to invade Africa in force and establish empires there.
That was partially true, but that was a little mincing of truth right there. I heard that.
But by then, the Atlantic slave trade had already been ended. During the era of that trade, Africa was largely ruled by Africans, who established the conditions under which slave sales took place. The crew of a slave ship was in no position to defy African rulers and their armies by going out across the land and capturing people willy-nilly. The stronger African peoples captured and enslaved the weaker peoples. The same pattern found over the centuries in Europe, Asia, the Western Hemisphere, and Polynesia. In Nyasaland, the Ngoni and Yao swaggered over and terrorized other tribes. In Uganda, the Baganda made life miserable for their neighbors.
It's like the guy's not pissing me off at all. He's just freaking saying stuff. Like it doesn't really it's not. And I get what he's trying to say, or but people are making these connections from what he's saying, but he's not really saying that. And it's, I get. He's getting paid probably. I bet you this dude made a whole bunch of money doing this.
And the Nyoro and Hima of Anko enslaved Toro women and children. The Tutsi dominated the Hutu in Rwanda. The Maasai lorded it over the Kikuyu and Kamba. And the latter, in turn, held the Indorobo in a kind of serfdom. It was precisely the fact that Europeans, except for the Portuguese, seldom participated in the raids that captured and enslaved Africans that enabled most people in Europe and the Americas to remain oblivious to the traumatic experience that this was, with some Africans committing suicide to avoid capture and wives being whipped as they tried to cling to their husbands or children.
See, he's so like, it's the little details. and a lot of the stuff he's saying is actually true, but it's still it's like, so what? And it beside the point, and it's like you getting lost in his details and getting emotional is stupid.
Children. Historian David Breon Davis pointed out that Europeans had little contact with the actual process of enslavement, and that as late as 1721, the Royal African Company asked its agents to investigate the modes of enslavement in the interior. Europeans typically saw only the end results, enslaved people being offered for sale on the coast.
So, okay, so I mean, that still doesn't matter. Like, it's like the point is like trying to justify, trying to say, he keeps on saying Europeans and Portuguese, like, okay, well, these people were innocent in this situation. It's like the way this is where your brain makes the connection, because he's not really saying that. But at the same time, it's like, whatever, bro. Like, okay, he just said, all they know is that they just got to buy these slaves. Okay, well, they didn't have to buy the damn slaves. Get the fuck.
Like I said, all they know is, okay, you don't have to buy that John Deere. All they're doing is pulling up to the coast buying farming equipment. They don't realize what it took to make, procure, or do any of that. They don't realize the fucked up shit going on behind the scenes.
No. They know that's a human being. You can't. Okay. A human and a tractor are two different things.
People eat sausage. People eat foie gras. Is not foie gras one of the most disgusting and horrific substances that can be consumed and should be made illegal?
But that's still beside the point, because that's like saying, okay, in Saudi Arabia, they stone women in the street.
Okay, but are you measuring your argument from us today in 2020?
I'm not. I'm saying, looking those people. Look, okay, I get it on the economic side. You're looking at it economically.
No, I'm not.
You just want to make money.
Anything about it.
But
I'm just saying, people think you can't.
You can't say that people didn't feel like owning somebody forever and their kids and shit wasn't right. It was people at this time who didn't fuck with that shit.
There were abolitionists all over at this time.
So yeah,
like there are today, despite the fact that there's real slavery still going on in the world.
So the mind frame of today is definitely different, the way people look at things. But were they aware that these people were going to be like their property and they're humans? Yes, they were very, very much aware of that, and they were able to put that to the side for economic reasons. And then you have all this science that came out to try to justify this, so that because they felt guilty about it from jump.
Religion, not science.
Well, they mixed it all up together, but
scientists never agreed, and that's why scientists kept getting excommunicated.
Well, at some point, science was saying
the ones that feared excommunication would go, yeah, what they say.
Well, at some point, science was saying these people were not human, so it's totally justified. So from the beginning,
scientists who were controlled by religion were saying that. Well, it was one of the reasons why we have a separation between science and religion today. That was one of the main schisms that happened to create the juxtaposed.
Well, it was popular and accepted and considered to be the the experts or whatever, the people that know, what I'm saying? Not everybody was educated, especially. That's another thing that the people don't understand about the differences in times. Less and less people were even able to read. So, but they go by what the people say. The people say, bro, they're not human. It's cool. All right, well, shit, I'm going to go buy me a slave. Hey, they're kids and shit. They're not human.
Okay, then how come people still wear their pants down below their ass, even though everybody knows it's willing to trade your butthole for a fucking pack of cigarettes?
Yeah, well, that's that slave culture that has infected the popular culture. That's fucking terrible. But this guy is
So
saying,
here's where you go back to the Jewish guys that told people how to dress and act on MTV, which created more of the popular culture today than actually mimicked it.
yeah, so that's a whole nother story, though. Let me hear some more of this guy because he's not making me mad at all. Like, I don't feel like it makes me like, and he's just saying random, like, a lot of the stuff he's saying you can't.
It's controversial statements that do not agree with the common narrative that everyone wants to hear right now.
Well, I don't think that
But it's part of the truth.
Well, that's what I was, I mean, a lot of the stuff he's saying you can't really dispute is true, but it's beside the point. It's totally beside the point, and it's just him
Why
just
is
giving.
it beside the point?
Because he's just giving random ass details. That's all. I mean, like, okay, that's true, but whatever.
So
Like,
because you don't agree with a detail or two, or it's just random details.
I didn't say I didn't disagree with his details. I'm saying
no, you're
it's not.
dismissing it though.
No, well, it's
You're
not.
not disagreeing, but you're dismissing it.
I'm saying it's not accumulating into anything. It's just sensational.
It may not necessarily accumulate, but it's counter information. It's part of a whole.
Yeah.
It contradicts a common narrative. See, you see beyond the common narrative, as do several people, but you understand how this contradicts what people are saying, what certain organizations and people up there protesting are saying. And
Well,
that's why I'm saying this ticks people off.
Well, the media is full of shit, and then history is his story. And if people want to understand what happened, they have to go and look for themselves, really, and dig through and read between the lines, because that's just it. And so, and then the popular narrative is
the danger of reading between the lines is creating your own narrative.
Well, you have to. You have to, because the narrative is not true.
What part does your narrative agree with the consensus of the world?
Either create your own narrative or allow somebody to create one for you.
I mean, there's no other choice.
Just like a certain guy was able to create a narrative where it was okay to shoot some kids.
And I get your argument on that. I really do. But there's no other way other than to create a narrative for yourself to understand the world. There's no other way. But you want to have your narrative be all encompassing and based on truth and facts. That and then if that's the case, then we'll have a cumulative narrative, because we'll see things in reality and we'll see the truth and the facts of things. Then we're going to mostly agree.
But as long as it's true for you, it doesn't matter if it's true for everybody else. Like that's
well, then they're not on the side of truth, because if we're both on the side of truth, then we're gonna be on the same side.
There was a show the other day that your title was "We're gonna look at what people say and break it down." There's a reason I did not participate in that show or show up that day.
Well, I was talking about etymology.
Well, yeah, but the problem is, there is a tendency to use simple statements, comments, things like that to change what people are saying. And then attack them for what you said they said, rather than try to understand their narrative.
Well, that's not what we was talking about, though. I get your point, but that's not what we was talking about.
I know, but I was afraid that's where it was going to go, and I did not. I certainly should have come, but I felt like I didn't want to be a part of it if that's what it was going to be.
Nah, that's not what we was on at all. But I get your point there, and I hadn't even thought of that side of it. But we were talking about, like, how you use words like "bless you" or whatever, and we was talking about where these words came from. Yeah, and the etymology of them, And
said origin of words and stuff like that.
I suck sometimes, bro. Like and those
You
titles
want to break down what people say.
and those little subs that I write, I do those at the spur of the moment because different where I broadcast to, it shows up differently for y'all. So that's the reason why I have to do a sub. That one pops up as the title sometimes. I really should spend a little bit more time with that, but I spend the time on the title.
Yeah, because I ain't gonna lie, I
I'm a
think
writer
that's
in etymology. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say I think it's very important that we do stuff like that, or at least people start to recognize the whole idea of the words that we're using, because the fact that we're using English and it's spelling. What are we? What kind of spells are we spelling on ourselves or other people with the words that we're using? Because we've started using connotative linguistics instead of the denotative.
How does it look when you put it in English to okay, whoever your major viewers are, India, whatever, use English into Indian and then translate it back into English and you'll see what they're seeing.
Well, India, they speak English in India because they were British colony.
Not all of them.
Well, the neighbor Aboriginal languages, it's like I care about them, but the world doesn't care about them.
And everyone in America speaks English. I got you.
So, but earlier you said we don't. They're trying to change what people say, and that is totally what I'm trying to do.
And they put irregardless in the dictionary. Irregardless is now actually a word. I've given up on the English language.
Yeah, we talked about that. I could just vomit that word. It makes me want to vomit. So, but earlier you said changing what people say, and that's a good. Actually, you brought up whatever. I can't even say the word now. But we don't need to be using those words, and the words that we do use, we need to know what they really mean. And
if you're using them, know what why you're using. Like, don't just use them because that's what how everybody else uses it. Use it based on your true knowledge of an understanding of that word, because you could actually be hindering yourself or others because those words you can be creating a spell.
And everybody knows it's a sword, right? They say your tongue is like a sword or some shit they say, and you can cut somebody down and really hurt their feelings if you want to with just their words. Way more effective than actually punching them. You know what I'm saying? So, but we forget about this, and so, but then the double speak, back to that, the double speak that they teach us to use these words improperly, giving the power away, and then we're, like you say, giving cursing, literally cursing. Okay, so you got religious people who say, don't, it's bad to curse, and I agree with them, but fuck is not a curse. You know what I'm saying? Saying I wish you die or something like that, that's a curse. You know what I'm saying? Go die or something, go kill yourself.
Okay.
Fuck off.
One of the sermons that I actually have written up, and is actually a pretty good one, is about how taking God's name in vain. It's not about the occasional, God damn it, Jesus Christ, things like that. It's about trying to tell people, well, God says this, and God says that, because you are using God's name to produce and back up your own beliefs.
Yep.
That is using God's name in vain.
Yep.
Not, like I said, not the occasion. The occasional curse is a slip up. If he is truly a benevolent God, kicking your toe, hitting your pinky toe on the damn corner table and going, oh, fuck, mother, goddamn it, Jesus freaking Christ. That's not going to send you to hell. The guy that designed the table to deliberately make people keep their freaking pinky toe on it, that's the dude that's going to go to hell.
I love it. I love it. You led us all the way into that. I ate that all the way up. Good job, Doc. But I agree with your point because my religious side is ignited by this, because they're right and they're wrong. They're just lost in the words. They need to freaking look at it, the right way. You know what I'm saying? And then they'll get it, and then they'll actually not do it, because I think that these people that don't understand about saying God's name in vain are actually doing that because they're not aware that that's what they're doing. You get what I'm saying? And it's really scary when a person really feels like they're doing God's work or whatever, but they're demented, and they're like, Christ said this, or Jesus told me to do this and all of this, and they're demented, and you have to, when you talk about being in hell, you have to be in hell anyways, because you're so mentally fucked. If you are in hell.
We got to think about the type of people who don't really pay that much attention to these words. It's people who can easily be manipulated, that will take a narrative that somebody else taught them,
exactly,
without truly studying it for themselves to really teach you from a more of an experience side. It's more so just reiterating or just bringing up things that somebody else told them, sometime before, whereas they don't even really have the full understanding. They didn't do the research, like that can
it makes me sad. Like I could cry right now because I love humans, I love religious people, and it makes you into a sheep. Literally, it makes you into this meek.
I love mankind. It's people I've got a fucking problem with.
And I agree with you. And these religions, it make you meek. It make you so you're ripe to be used in any way that the person decides to use you.
Because you are different. Because you are not the same. Right back to the video.
I don't know about that. I'm
people
saying
take
that
advantage of people who are different.
Well, they see them as different, but that's an illusion. You find excuses to exploit people.
Everybody's different. Why do you go to Louisiana and once you've been there for a short time, you realize the mantra is get them before they get you.
Well, you can't specify that to Louisiana.
I'm doing that as a generalization, as someone who has lived there for a reasonable amount of time in 4 different regions of the state.
I would say the Louisiana people are definitely different. I'm going to stand on that. But the other part of what you're saying, I can't stand on that part. So
we're no different.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying bad people and stuff like that. I'm just saying.
But no, the more you study people, the more differences that you find in people really brings you right back around to show you how much alike we are.
Exactly. I 100% agree with you on that, because that's what I study. And that's what I find when I study different cultures around the world. I see all the similarities. They just glare at me. And it's like so weird how somebody can grow up on another part of the earth and have the same values that I have. That's mind-blowing to me. You know what I'm saying?
And there's no religion.
The human experience. The human experience.
Exactly. So that's, I mean, we're more alike than we are.
That's a show title.
Yeah. Let me play some more of this. The guy that's supposed to make me mad, but he's not really making me mad. It's only like 3 minutes left in it.
I don't know how much more I'm gonna play of it, but let me play something.
It was much the same story in the Ottoman Empire, where those who bought slaves had no idea what these slaves had been through before. The unique position of the Western world in the history, and especially the destruction of slavery, need not imply that there was unanimity within the West on this institution. In addition to whites who defended the enslavement of Africans on racial grounds, or who opposed general emancipation on social grounds, there were many whites, and even blacks, who defended slavery as a matter of self-interest as slave owners. Although most black owners of slaves in the United States were only nominal owners of members of their own families, there were thousands of other blacks in the antebellum South who were commercial slave owners, just like their white counterparts.
And I'm like, so what? So fucking what?
An estimated 1/3 of the free persons of color in New Orleans.
What do you say?
It does matter when you start arguing it. When someone goes, well, black people never owned slaves.
That's not true.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter as far as like they suck too.
Well,
I don't.
We know that. We are enlightened. Unfortunately, we have to talk and confront and deal with people who are not enlightened.
Okay, I get your point on that. So
How
the
many
way the
times
dominant
have
view.
How many times have you been told black people never owned slaves?
No, listen. Well, that's true to a certain
A
extent.
black
because
person was the first slave owner in the United States by law.
And me and Pat wouldn't argue with that, but I don't think that those people sucked. It's not a racial thing.
No,
it's a suck.
It was never a racial thing, and see, but that's the double speak. That's one.
Debunking a disingenuous argument, though.
Hey, listen.
Because they're ignorant.
Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, because that's where the double speak and the whole etymology thing is, because first of all, we're talking about political statuses. This has nothing to do with race, ethnicity, or anything. So when you make the statement that white people were, are the slave owners and this, that, and the other, well, that wasn't based on your skin color, because the first white people were black or brown, dark, what I'm saying, like melanated people. So, I mean, and then when United States came about, that's when, people with lighter shades became the white people, because they were stealing other people's status or, their standing in this land. But, and
white people's pretty European, man.
Well, you can say European, but there were black Europeans. Like, I mean, that's all of those things can be swarthy. I love that. Yeah, they were swarthy. Exactly. So I mean, or Tony, like there were different shades.
Remember all the movies, Tall, Dark, and Handsome, and the all those movies. It was a lot of people who were
but No, the one that got me is when I learned about the whole idea about a brunette. Brunette wasn't just about your hair color. Brunette was your complexion, your hair, and all that.
Yeah, so in Spanish they have a term like that. It's like moreno or something like that. But it's hair color, and it's also no, that's not it. But it's similar to that, and I'm probably saying it wrong. But
mulatto is a little more of the caramel chocolate variety.
Well, yeah, mulatto came out about when they was trying to make up all that,
mixtures. Well,
and all
that.
I don't know. She called herself that. I just called her pretty.
Well, that's where that came from. But no, this is a term that it encompasses the hair color and the skin tone or whatever. It's like it's all together. Let me read this.
I think it was more so the fact that the whole mulatto idea was that you were a mixture of
that was
something.
Yeah, that was the tier thing. We can go into that, but that's real simple. They came out with that shit and like, okay, it's this and this. They had a whole fucking list. Anyways, it was stupid.
Were slave owners, and thousands of these slave owners volunteered to fight for the Confederacy during the Civil War. Black slave owners were even more common in the Caribbean. In short, there were many defenders of slavery in the West, even in the 19th century.
Okay.
And outside the West, slavery was too widely accepted to require defense.
Oh, that's not true.
No other nation ended slavery in the same way as the United States did, and few ended it after so short a struggle, as history is measured.
Bullshit.
How and why did slavery end in most of the world? There were two major processes. Over the centuries, as more and more territories around the world consolidated into nation states with their own armies and navies, raiding those territories to capture and enslave the people who lived within them became more hazardous in itself, and also risked military retaliation against the countries from which the raiders came. Thus, more and more peoples became off-limits to slave raiders over time. Put differently, the areas which remained subject to slave raiding over the centuries were primarily those where the people lived in smaller or weaker societies. Such societies continued to exist where it was difficult, for geographic or other reasons, to consolidate large areas under one government. This was true of the Balkans, the backwaters of Asia, and much of sub-Saharan Africa. By the early modern era, sub-Saharan Africa, with its numerous and severe geographic handicaps, was one of the last remaining areas from which vast numbers of people could be enslaved.
Whatever, bruh. And they didn't need to go get more slaves anyways, because their slaves that they got 100 years ago had a bunch of babies.
Well, the genocide that they claimed to happen physically, because I mean, of course, there was some that happened physically, but majority of it happened on paper. And when the census people went around, they didn't, like now how they might have you to go on and fill out your census, who's in the house and how many people here, there, whatever. No, they purposely sent people out because, if you try to put on there that you're Indian, but you more look to them, would be considered to them a Negro, they wanted to make sure that you didn't, identify as something that they didn't want you to. So the genocide really happened more so on paper than it even did actual deaths.
Well, race is now considered an identified trait and claimed on the census and not actually have anything to do with race, blood, color, anything like that.
Because scientifically, like I say, I study.
Go to your go to your messengers.
That's where I'm at right now.
I actually sent you a video about the guy that declared himself as a white person. I think I sent that to you. Identified as black, and Champagne dude, whatever his name is, Charlemagne came out and said, I can't argue with him, man.
Well, there's scientists that will say that there is no such thing as white people.
Well,
as a race. Anymore. Well, that too. There's really no such thing as race. But even if we separate the people. Even if we separated people based on
one species, there are 3 genuses, but there's still only one race.
So it's really not an argument. It's really
down the tree, not up the tree.
It's really not an argument. It's really not an argument.
We are all the human race. Yes, there is Mongoloid, there is Caucasian, and there is Negroid. Okay, that's just 3 branches of the human race. When you get down to it, and at that point, why does it matter?
It really doesn't. I mean, for some people, that's the only way that they can truly identify. Like, I mean, that's just like that's almost like I'm a LSU grad. I'm like it's another way of some people, trying to put a badge on themselves as in some type of importance when you don't really have any.
My mother used to got beat up in school because she was of German descendancy.
What's that?
My mom used to get beat up in school because she was of German descent.
That's how it be.
I used to get beat up because my dad was a redneck from Tennessee. And we lived just off the base in the cheapest housing available because my dad didn't want us to go to military schools because he knew what that was going to do. So guess who most of our neighbors were?
Black people.
That was not fun for us, especially being the new kid every 6 months to a civilian community just outside the base. I mean, that was my literal first 9 years. No, I remember better than that at 5. So 7, 8, 9, 10 was me getting my butt kicked because I was a ninja lover because I lived where I lived. Or you don't belong here, white boy. So, I mean, that was literally the kind of what I dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine.
It goes both ways. It's all sides. The real thing is, it's dumbass hate. It's get better. And hopefully we're starting to do that now. Or we have been for 40 years. It's gotten better.
Yeah,
I don't know about this last 2. It's not been so good this last 2.
Well, the thing about it is that there is always a few that try to make it seem as though they're the majority, and I don't believe that. Like, I mean, honestly, like, most people are coming around. Yeah, they could probably, maybe they're lying, maybe they're faking the funk and trying to just make sure they don't get their ass whooped right now. But for the most part, like, I come across what seems to be genuine people, and wouldn't have anything to do with it. I mean, but you got to also think that, I mean, based on who you are, you attract what you are. So I mean, if you're an asshole, you probably attract a lot of assholes around you. So I mean, that's why I got you and Chaka here. But however, I mean, that's just one of those things. I mean, I think that they have these small groups that has a little power still that they can use to put fear in people, and they utilize that to distract us, to keep us
separated
worried
and fighting against each other and scared and
and that's
gullible
the thing.
little meek.
My motto is, the more lines they draw, the more we need to step forward.
Well, and that's what I believe. I mean, I know that there's a certain thing, like these people, they need their fucking heads knocked off.
I think so too, and we keep on fighting against each other, and that's what they want, because it's like Republican, Democrat, right, left, black, white, woman, man, gay, straight. You know what I'm saying? Muslim, Christian. Pro-life, pro-choice.
Well, my thing is this, because until we can produce a system of justice, we're all just going through the same loop, and like never gonna really live the life that we could live, because I mean that we're gonna always have these people that's perpetrating some kind of BS that because it's a small majority that wants to control the majority. Like, and those people, as long as we allow them to continue,
it's just gonna be the same. And if we don't push back against it, power never. What does it say? Power never succeeds. What is it? How does it go? You can't. It's never gonna stop. You gotta stop it. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got to make them stop. They're just gonna keep on doing it. Period.
Yeah. And when you try to put when you put one person at the top of the hill as being above others, that's where like because I mean I think that's one of the reasons why like having a president or a king or like some kind of monarchy that there's always an issue there because there's people that's always fighting to be at the top. If you kind of level the field and you actually have people that are willing to serve to make sure things get done for us.
And I think that the right people would be in charge too, and people would naturally just be the ones because the people are gonna choose them and they're gonna be like, yeah, we like this guy, this is our guy,
No, man, the problem we have once again is fucking arrogance of the American people and the people we elect. They don't understand, and the people no longer understand. They are not our leaders. They are our representatives.
Yes.
Yeah, but
they should not be telling us what to do. They should be asking us what we
what
need.
they want us what they want. What do we want them to do? That is what the question should be.
Should not be the number one employer in the freaking country.
Yeah, but
government should be the minimum it needs to be to maintain what needs to be maintained.
Well, just like that clip we played earlier, you know who they represent. You know who they do go asking, "What do y'all want? What can I do for you?" Who do you think who do they talk to all the time? Who do they have meetings with all the time?
Well, see, but that's where
AOC, I hate big corporations. Her campaign gave $17,000 in Uber bills her last run.
And that's what I'm talking about. Like,
but,
I'm not saying she's
$1,000
she's
for
not
a 9 square block area.
She's not outside of the club. She had to get elected, and that's a major district she was in, and it's a lot of money it takes to do that. And yes, she's gonna have to do whatever those people that put her in there. She's gonna have to do. That's the way the game go.
But listen, when we're looking at a franchise, the United States of America, or we'll just say just the United States franchise, all these different corporations that come together that supports that. That's when we have a problem. When we don't have a government that is pretty much trying to keep things organized for the country. I think that's a part of the problem as well. Like, I mean, each state can run itself, but there's still one at the top that says this is what the law is over all of them. Like, all right, you can allow these people to control others within their state, but
well, that's what the Constitution is. It says this is the limits of government. Everything else that's not covered under the Constitution belongs to states' rights. Now,
there's a constitution in each state.
Should a few of these things be moved to a governmental level? Yeah, I think they should, especially power infrastructure and all roadways.
But
who does that? Just be dumped on the government, and the states should contribute rather than the government contribute to the states, because government contributing to the states is getting government buddies freaking rich.
And that's what's happening. Private contractors. I kind of want to move on. You sent me this article. 2 professors found what creates a mass shooter. That was recent. You just sent that to me, right? Will politicians pay attention?
That was the first of the ones I sent, I think.
And this one caught my eye. I'm interested in this.
Yeah, see, I don't watch the videos and stuff on my phone because they go to my phone number. I watch the stuff on my computer, so I don't catch the ones you send me, and that's why those are not going to the group.
Oh, okay.
Because all of those really would have been good going to the group because there's
But
a
I
couple
could.
more in there.
Well, I'll start copying them and sending them to the group.
Well,
But
a couple of them are short. I've been doing a lot of shorts lately.
yeah, I saw a short. And well, I should send mine through Facebook, right? That you'll get them that way, right? If I send it through Facebook Messenger, that's easy for me to do.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. Maybe we should go over to Discord and start a King Chaka Discord server, and we can trade links and show stuff on that. And that way other people that see it can post as well, and you can filter out by what you want to see or show on the show.
Yeah, I created the Reddit. Maybe we could all do that. But see, everybody would have to know how to manage that. And in the group, it's easy for them with the text. You know, they don't have to do.
You got to realize you're building to the point where you're going to need 2 to 3 people to actually hire to help.
Yeah, I need some help already.
It's going to take you a while, but yeah. Thing is, by doing it this way, you're learning what you need out of them. Check out Fiverr.
Yeah, I got Fiverr. I did. I downloaded that. Send me a link or something to that one Discord because I'm not going to remember that. Send it to me on my Facebook Messenger.
Dude, it should already be something you're posting to.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that at all. This article right here is interesting. I want to read this, but there's a video with the press secretary. I'm not sure what this is. It's 1 minute. Let me see.
The Senate side on Capitol Hill sounds like it might include some incremental expansions to background checks, possibly maybe encouraging more states to adopt red flag laws, but it wouldn't be a major expansion of background checks or raise the purchasing age for semi-automatic weapons or ban magazines, large capacity magazines. How is the president thinking about a compromise like that? How disappointed would he be if it didn't include many of the things that he just laid out the other night?
So let me just say that the president is encouraged by the discussions that are happening currently in the Senate by the bipartisan group that's being led by Senator Murphy and other members, and it shows the urgency of the moment. Look, so we have to remember that while there have been measured victories on gun violence prevention in recent years, there hasn't been a wide-ranging bill passed since 1994. That's almost 3 decades ago. So the president has made it clear that it's time for Congress to act. We are encouraged, and we think these incremental steps, these steps that they're taking, this conversation that they're having is very important.
Incremental steps.
So does he consider this compromise that is potentially taking shape to be wide-ranging?
Well, what he's calling for clearly, and we've heard him talk to this on Thursday when he talked about how it is enough, and how when he went to Texas, Uvalde, the parents that he met with for more than 3 hours asked him to do something, asked for Congress to do something. And this is what we're seeing now. We believe Congress needs to act, and what we're seeing is that they're taking those actions by having this conversation, by having these negotiations to act. And again, we haven't seen these types of steps in a long time, and so the president is encouraged by it. He welcomes it.
Okay, he's encouraged by it and he welcomes it. That's good.
Bullshit.
Well, at least it's better than we'll come back around. Yeah, we're going to come back around to that. Yeah, we'll just come back around to that. Yeah, she likes it. She likes it. You notice she's doing the circle thing.
Yeah, and she said incremental steps. We really like these incremental steps. And they said
she's very handsy.
They said the bill's gonna die. It passed the House, but it's gonna die. It's gonna die in the Senate. It doesn't have enough votes, so they're just blowing.
Yeah.
But that's a part of the political process for them, that they can kind of, do this mumbo jumbo to keep us riled up, and they're doing all they can do, but like they already know
the
that
Republicans aren't going to let it pass. Votes coming up. If you vote us in, we'll let it pass.
No, see, listen. No, it's not even just because I mean, regardless of like the Democrats are not going to let it pass because neither one of them really want in any change to happen with the gun laws. It's just to utilize us in a time like this to try to maybe steal some rights from us, but they're not really trying to do anything different. Like they don't care about all of that, and what, like if they can control you more, they get the chance to rob you of more of your rights, things that you allow them to take, and because I don't know, like I say we need to be careful with all of this because they can always write a bill that they know is going to be unpleasing to the other party, and it just keeps us on that roller coaster.
Yeah, it's just theater. It's theater, and this is the latest show. I want to read some more of this. I want to read this article because it sounds interesting. It says 2 professors found what creates a mass shooter. Will politicians pay attention? Mass shooters overwhelmingly fit a certain profile, says Gillian Peterson and James Dinsley, which means it's possible to ID and treat them before they commit violence. Now that actually sounds like something. Let me read more. It says, each time a high-profile mass shooting happens in America, a grieving and incredulous nation scrambles for answers. Who was this criminal and how could he usually have committed such a horrendous and inhumane act? A few details emerge about the individual's troubled life and then everyone moves on. 3 years ago, Gillian Peterson, an associate professor of criminology at Hamline University, and James Dinsley, a professor of criminal justice at Metro State University, decided to take a different approach. In their view, the failure to gain a more meaningful and evidence-based understanding of why mass shootings do what they do seemed a lost opportunity to stop the next one from happening. Funded by the National Institute of Justice, the research arm of the Department of Justice, their research constructed a database of every mass shooting since 1966, who shot and killed 4 or more people in a public place, and every shooting incident at schools, workplaces, and places of worship since 1999. You were going to say something? Okay, I'm going to read some more then. Peterson and Dinsley also compiled detailed life histories on 180 shooters, speaking to their spouses, parents, siblings, childhood friends, work colleagues, and teachers. As for the gunmen themselves, most don't survive their carnage, but 5 who did talked to Peterson and Dinsley from prison, where they were serving life sentences. The researchers also found several people who planned a mass shooting but changed their mind. Their findings, also published in the 2021 book, The Violence Project, How to Stop a Mass Shooting Epidemic, reveal striking commonalities between perpetrators of mass shootings and suggest a data-backed, mental health-based approach could identify and address the next mass shooter before he pulls the trigger. If only politicians are willing to actually engage in finding and funding targeted solutions. Politico talked to Peterson and Dinsley from their office in St. Paul, Minnesota, about how our national understanding about mass shootings has to evolve, why using terms like monster is counterproductive, and why political talking points about mental health need to be followed up with concrete action. So that's interesting because it seems like, with the stuff and this lady was talking, they showed the video. They're not talking about any kind of preventative measures at all. They're just talking about other stuff. Let me see. Political, since both spend much more. What does it say? Political. Since you both spend much of your time studying mass shootings, I wonder if you had the same stunned and horrified reaction as the rest of us to the Uvalde Elementary School shooting, or were you somehow expecting this? Gillian Peterson. On some level, we are waiting because mass shootings are socially contagious, and when one really big one happens and gets a lot of media attention, we tend to see others follow. But this one was particularly gutting. I have 3 elementary school kids, one of which is in 4th grade. So this is an interview with them. I don't know if I really want to read this. Let me read some more. James Dinsley. I'm also a parent of 2 boys, a 5-year-old and a 12-year-old. My 12-year-old knows what I do for a living, and he's looking to me for reassurance, and I didn't have the words for him. How do I say this happened at a school, but now it's okay for you to go to school and live your life? It's heartbreaking. Political. Are you saying there's a link between the Buffalo and Uvalde shooting? Peterson. We don't know for sure at this point, but our research would say that it's likely. You had an 18-year-old commit a horrific mass shooting. His name is everywhere, and we all spend days talking about replacement theory. That shooter was able to get our attention. So if you have another 18-year-old who is on the edge and watching everything, that could be enough to embolden him to follow. We have seen this happen before. Whew, so that's something. What the hell is Klobuchar talking about? Is she running for something? Is her seat up? I haven't been following it that heavy. I thought they were gonna explain their research and what the hell, man. And what they could be really doing. What are the policies that can be really implemented to help prevent it? Shouldn't that what the conversation, regardless of where you sit on this, shouldn't that be where the conversation is? Okay, they did say something right here. Let me see. It says, you've written about how mass shootings are always acts of violent suicide. Do people realize this is what's happening in mass shootings? Peterson. I don't think most people realize that these are suicides in addition to homicides. Mass shooters design this to be their final acts. When you realize this, it completely flips the idea that someone with a gun on the scene is going to deter this. If anything, that's an incentive for those individuals. They're going in to be killed. It's hard to focus on the suicide because these are horrific homicides, but it's a critical piece because we know so much from the suicide prevention world that can translate here. I was saying that in the show about the other guy in the mass shooting. I was saying that I think that he wanted to die. And that's what I think be happening a lot. And that's what they're saying in this. That it's a shooting or whatever, but it's also a suicide because they want to die. They really just don't want to live. So they just want to go out with a bang. Am I losing y'all? Political. I've heard many references over the last few weeks to monsters and pure evil. You've said this kind of language actually makes things worse. Why? Dinsley. If we explain this problem as pure evil or other labels like terrorist attack or hate crime, we feel better because it makes it seem like we found the motive and solved the puzzle. But we haven't solved anything. We've just explained the problem away. What this really problematic terminology does is prevent us from recognizing that mass shooters are us. This is hard for people to relate to because these individuals have done horrific, monstrous things. But 3 days earlier, that school shooter was somebody's son, grandson, neighbor, colleague, or classmate. We have to recognize them as the troubled human being earlier if we want to intervene before they become the monster. I like that when he said it's hard for us. He said that it's us. He says, what this really problematic terminology does is prevent us from recognizing that mass shooters are us. Peterson. Buffalo shooter told his teacher that he was going to commit a murder-suicide after he graduated. People aren't used to thinking that this kind of thing could be real because the people who do mass shootings are evil, sociopathic monsters, and this is a kid in my class. There's a disconnect. Political. Do you get criticism about being too sympathetic toward mass shooters? Peterson. We're not trying to create excuses or say shouldn't be held responsible. This is really about what is the pathway to violence for these people? Where does this come from? Only then can we start building data-driven solutions that work. If we're unwilling to understand the pathway, we're never going to solve this. Okay, solutions. That's what I was looking for. Political. So what are the solutions? Densely, there are things we can do right now as individuals, like safe storage of firearms or something as simple as checking in with your kid. Excuse me. Peterson. Then we really need resources in institutions like schools. We need to build teams to investigate when kids are in crisis and then link those kids to mental health services. The problem is that in a lot of places, those services are not there. There's no community mental health and no school-based mental health. Schools are the ideal setting because it doesn't require a parent to take you there. A lot of perpetrators are from families where the parents are not particularly proactive about mental health appointments. Yay! So I like that. Comments. What do y'all think about mental health being more involved in the freaking schools? And the teachers, instead of calling the damn resource officer, the police officer, they're calling the damn, medic, the mental health, the psychologist.
I've been saying it the whole time I've been on here. All this shit, it's not a gun issue. It's a broken human being issue. We're breaking people, and we're not doing a damn thing to fix them. And it's the media, it's the government, it's the politics, it's social media, it's the shit we're putting in their faces. They're saying, choose a side, you have to be this or that. You can't be anything else. If you're anything else other than that, you're a bad person. But when your true ideas conflict with this person and that person and that person, where are you at? You are now triply conflicted because your ideas, you're not in sync, you're not in place. So you either start going on this crazy spiral or you go toward one side, length, or the other and down that rabbit hole. So you either go nuts or you fall for the cult of the left or the cult of the right.
And I agree with everything you said right there with that speech. And I hope that everybody hears you. Because I think that we're creating sociopaths, and that's the real problem. And that's what we need to focus on. Like, what are we doing as a society to keep on creating these people that are doing these, super horrible things? But we don't want to look at ourselves. We don't want to have that self-reflection. We want to blame it on, explain it away, blame it on something. They're monsters. Their parents didn't pay no attention to them. They grew up and became monsters. But we all live together in this community. And like they said in the article, the kid went to school with your kids or went to whatever. We have this disconnect that these aren't, once they've done it, then they're now like another person, though. They're separate from our society. But no, they were a part of us. They're one of us going to the grocery store. You played baseball with your kids in Little League or something. What is going on? What is happening? Why do we have this particular problem? So, but we don't want to look at that, because then, like Doc was saying, the society is telling you, you're a bad person. So it's like, so you're gay, you're bad. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you're black, you're bad, or maybe you're white, you're bad. You know what I mean? You're Republican, you're bad. You're Democrat, you're bad. Whatever the hell. You're the other or whatever. Or maybe you're just trying to fit in that politically correct fucking world, and then you it's impossible because nobody is that.
If you don't agree with me, you're a Nazi. Both sides say it.
The cancel culture.
If you don't agree with me, you are the bad guy with the mustache from World War II.
And you get and like I say, the flip side is the person that's trying to fit in and do it all the way right, and then
not offend nobody, and like, you know what I'm saying? It's totally walking on eggshells in the world, and that's stressful and impossible too. So it's a lose-lose on both sides. That's why I don't care what nobody thinks.
Dude, I'm an old white guy with hazel eyes, which change from blue to green, and am bald most of the time. There's nothing I can say to most people anymore that's right.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I can see that. So this is the society that we live in. Let me see. Did they talk about solutions anymore? Not really. They started talking about money a bit. Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna move on because I think I'm losing y'all anyways. So, but the part about the suicide, I think we should focus on that, because he said that the gun on the scene is not gonna help at all. So the guy wants you to kill him anyways. So that's where guns aren't the answer. Putting the guns in the schools, shooting the guy down. Okay, whatever. He already did what he wanted to do. He's finished. And, like I say, our system is so reactionary anyways. We have a punitive system. We don't have a preventative system.
Revenge culture. Make them pay. Cancel them. Put them in jail.
Exactly.
Anything other than allow them to have any kind of ability to function in society or anything like that. And yeah, this guy, no way. But most of the law enforcement and stuff like that is based on removing people from the community. Jailing them, incarcerating them. Like you said, punitive. Making them pay for what they did. Revenge, not justice.
I want to play this one. This other one you sent to me.
Last month, a 55-year-old English teacher from Russia named Irina Jen was asked a question by some of her 13 and 14-year-old students. They were wondering why Russian athletes had been banned from international competition. So she began trying to explain how Vladimir Putin had invaded Ukraine and was killing innocent civilians. And she also warned her students that no one could even speak out about it because it would be considered a crime. After that, class moved on like normal, and Irina completely forgot about the question. But just 5 days later, she received a call from her local FSB branch telling her that she had to come into their office. As it turns out, one of her students had secretly recorded what she had said in class and had reported her for it. Irina was arrested for violating Russia's anti-fake news law, and she could face up to 10 years in prison if she's found guilty. Although she was completely shocked and upset to be reported by students she knew so well, Irina says she doesn't blame them. She says it's most likely that their parents found out that she was anti-war and just told their kids to turn her in.
Anti-war. Explain this one, because that went fast.
A couple years ago, a man named Joseph... Last month, a 55-year-old English teacher...
They turned her in. Her own students turned her in for... Hold on, I'm going to play it again, because that went too fast for me. My brain didn't get it.
From Russia named Irina Jen was asked a question by some of her 13 and 14-year-old students. They were wondering why Russian athletes had been banned from international competition. So she began trying to explain how Vladimir Putin had invaded Ukraine and was killing innocent civilians. And she also warned her students that no one could even speak out about it because it would be considered a crime. After that, class moved on like normal, and Irina completely forgot about the question. But just 5 days later, she received a call from her local FSB branch telling her that she had to come into their office. As it turns out, one of her students had secretly recorded what she had said in class and had reported her for it. Irina was arrested for violating Russia's anti-fake news law, and she could face up to 10 years in prison if she's found guilty. Although she was completely shocked and upset to be reported by students she knew so well, Irina says she doesn't blame them. She says it's most likely that their parents found out that she was anti-war and just told their kids to turn her in. Last month,
Anti-war. I don't know. I don't even want to make comments on that.
The teacher was asked, why are Russians able to go to the Olympics? She said, because we invaded the Ukraine and the world thinks it's a bad thing that we did and we shouldn't have gone to war. And one of the students recorded her, and the FSB, which is the new KGB, came and picked her up a few days later.
So she's in Russia teaching students? This is not in Ukraine.
No, she's in Russia. Dude, you don't understand what's going on there for anyone that speaks against the war in Ukraine. She got picked up by the MIB, the KGB, the FSB. And that's what's going on there if you speak against the war in Ukraine, if you're in Russia. They use the anti-fake news law against her because she said that we invaded and we shouldn't have, and that's fake news. So she was incarcerated up to 10 years for that random comment about what she thinks.
Yeah. Well, I'd have to know more about it to really comment, but I would say that I could see that happening here in the States. You know, I'm sure we're supposed to be super outraged at Russia for doing this, but I could see that happening here. And look at Julian Assange. So what's this other one? Let me play this one.
What Democrats really value. The word military appears 26 times in this budget, but gender, it's used 43 times in your budget. Equity, well, that's used 75 times. And climate is used 187 times in this budget. And Americans sure do understand what Democrat priorities are and their values. They know that the real cost of these woke policies and so-called values are impacting them, and the bill has come due for these bad Democrat policies. Proposing to spend trillions of dollars on more woke wants, not needs, is absolutely shameful, and really you should be embarrassed to be testifying today and trying to defend this $5.8 trillion budget. Director Young, Biden likes to say, show me your budget and I'll tell you your values. So let's see what Democrats really value. The word military appears 26 times in this budget, but gender, it's used 43 times.
But okay, we're talking about a budget, but I didn't hear no numbers. That's sensational.
They're not talking about numbers or anything like that. They're talking about the total budget. They're just talking about where the focus is in the budget. They're saying that all those items and things like that, this is how important it is to the Democratic Party that these are mentioned so many times in the budget. But it tells you what their focus is as a party, which is not necessarily what the people want.
Yeah, but if you're focusing on what the focus is, then I would think that you right after that, I expected her to say, okay, they spend this much money on this, or this much money on that, and this much money on that. And so that shows what they like to focus on, and then compare it to another administration and be like, okay, this administration, you had a budget of this amount and they spend this amount on this and this amount on that and this amount on that. And then therefore I would understand what they focus on. Saying certain words that were in the budget like that doesn't.
Well, this is a breakdown that happens often. When you look at Republicans, you turn around and see things like defense. I wouldn't know what the key words are. I'd have to actually look these up. So I'm not going to pull them out my ass because it's bad. That's like I said, it shows what their focus is for the budget. I mean, it's just a thing like, well, yeah, I can only leave it like that. It just shows you what they're paying attention to. And is this actually what America is paying attention to or needs or wants?
I argue that it maybe it doesn't, because they're just picking words out of the thing. Who knows? I mean, like, I have to see it. I don't think that just from them saying the number of words popped up like that is so like, that's bullshit. I'm gonna call bullshit on that, because if you really wanted to know what they was focusing on, then you would tell me how much they spent on this, that, and the other. That tells me what their focus is. Follow the damn money, not the damn words that they said in the damn thing. I think that's sensational, and it's just for that point, just to get people all riled up and shit. Before we wrap it, because I'm gonna get to probably 4 hours. I don't want to go over 4 hours, but I do want to cover some of this. I'll probably finish it up tomorrow, but let's play some of this and let me get your comments on this, Dot.
Be discussing that with John today. John is a peace activist, a writer, a lecturer, an ex-CIA agent, and now a prominent critic of the CIA, who currently is working on 2 books, one on the Vietnam War and another on the arms race. He's also been commissioned by Oliver Stone to write a screenplay about Central America, and has been very busy lecturing, traveling around the country, and doing research since we last saw him on Alternative Views. So welcome back, John.
My pleasure. And it looks like our crew didn't show up, so I'm going to have to do be a camera operator for all 3 cameras, as well as participate in this.
Okay, well, jump in whenever you feel like it.
Man of many talents.
Right.
This is like the old days.
So, John, I think everyone is concerned about what the election of George Bush will mean for American foreign and domestic policy, and what a Bush presidency would be like. We're currently in the period, the honeymoon period, where all the media are just celebrating him, being nice to him. All the politicians are snookering up to him. So let's give a critical perspective on the Bush presidency that we really haven't heard from our corrupt mainstream media.
It's a tough one. This is, of course, the calm before the storm, perhaps. We have so little to go on. The man's been a vice president, politician. The responsible people say, give him a break, let's wait and see what he does. My own position, and then they say, well, he is such a chameleon, but he could go either way, so to speak. And they point out that he was historically more moderate than Reagan, who has always had a wild hair up his nose. But I personally am more of the school that I believe we do know a lot about this man. In fact, we know some things about him that are much more significant and frightening than what we knew about Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was, of course, a committed conservative who was known to have a slightly defective mind, who
and
had some
proved
pretty,
that was the case.
And proved it, and lived up to, and had some harsh policies when he was governor of California. But Bush, this CI directorship where he made these contacts, I worked for him. You know, I witnessed personally his supervising the CI's covering up of illegal activity at the end of the Angola operation in early 1976. And he was actually fending off the hostile Congress. Instead of investigating and firing the perpetrators of crimes, he was fending off the FBI and the Congress on at least 3 or 4 major CI criminal activities.
What were those activities?
Well, one was the Angolan operation, where we had broken a number of laws, much like the Iran-Contra and the Bolan kind of laws. And then we had conspired to cover up the breaking of the laws. And I mean, literally, we sat around the big oak tables and discussed the law. We went down to the library and read up on the law. And then things like, I remember one session reminding the boss, you know, don't contradict yourself. Last week you said, you know, don't contradict yourself. This week, if Senator so-and-so brings up a certain issue. And this one, he just plowed right into that one, and he was just telling the Senate, the Congress, I don't know, I wasn't here, but I'm sure that I just find it very difficult to believe, but we'll look into it thoroughly. If you'll just give me some slack. And he was reassuring them, and with him patting him on the head, they backed off and just never got back to it. He was also doing the same thing about the assassination of Patrice Lumumba, which was being investigated in that cycle. And also the Chilean operation, the killing of, the Track 1, Track 2 ouster and killing of Salvador Allende in Chile, and he was fending off an investigation of that. In the FBI stuff, the Justice Department was investigating some of the mercenaries who had been involved in the CIA's Angola program. And they were asking us specifically which ones had worked for us and in what capacities. And a young attorney showed up from the general counsel's office responding to Bush's supervision policies. And
oh, that's a cute kitty. Yeah, man, I love cats. I got a thing for cats.
That's Rorschach. He's my boy.
Yeah. Big old cat. Yeah, I got a thing for them.
Actually went to my files and purged documents that he thought would be legally incriminating if we were subpoenaed, if we were investigated. And all of that was a thorough indication of Bush's policies as I witnessed them. Beyond that, we have an incredible record that we'll get into in greater depth as we chat here now of the connections that he picked up when he was CIA director. So we have not only Noriega, but we have dozens of Noriegas who have blackmail control of this man. Now, one would like to give anyone the benefit of the doubt and say, hopefully they're going to be more moderate. But this man even wished he to be more moderate on CIA activities, would have an uphill fight because that establishment has got so much dirt on him. And I personally don't believe he really has any desire or instincts to withdraw from them. I think he sees a secret world that goes back to that skull and bones thing at Yale, that kind of secret elite manipulation, the Knights of Malta. I think psychologically he's just deeply committed to a view of the world where there's elite insiders who are well above the normal laws of man and God.
You look at see who's been the heads of the CIA all these years, and it's been people who've been right up at the top and interlocked with the top people in the American power structure. It seems that that's such an important part, running an intelligence service, that the establishment people don't want any outsiders doing it.
Well, what is the implication then of having an ex-CIA director, the President of the United States? This is the first time that this has ever happened, that someone who is so deeply involved in intelligence activities is actually the president.
Well, it's a giant step towards the national security state is what it is. It's a huge victory for the national security establishment. And always remember that although it goes far beyond the CIA, but the CIA was created in the National Security Act of 1947. And the national security establishment has the CIA as one of the inner chapters, so to speak. And to have one of its directors bought into the thing totally and controlled by all of the illegal activities that he's been privy to and part of, it means just that. We've been watching and worrying, and people have been writing books for 15 years about the national security state. And this.
Wait, I don't want to bore everybody to death, Doc. So give the audience some little background on a little bit of what he's talking about. Noriega, Bush Sr., the plane.
Basically, the problem with this is the fact that a CIA director became the president. He knows our secrets. He knows not just the regular things that congressmen know, but he knows the deep, dark, secret shit that we friggin' did. And that is kind of a problem in a way because, you know, it creates a political state where a police state is now, someone who was from a police state is now in charge. The game is different. The mentality is different. And
Exactly. So what are the implications of that related to Noriega, the planes, the drugs?
well, again, that's something I need to look more into because that was all going on before I really started, you know, realizing I need to pay more attention to what's going on with my government.
Yeah, I was a little kid.
That was actually the kind of stuff that was where I was at was like, hey, I need to start figuring out what the hell. And that was that in that era right there where I was like, you know, so I don't know a lot about it. Again, one of those things that I need to research. I can come up with shit in a couple of minutes, but not comprehensively enough to make a statement one side or the other.
Yeah. So, well, just for the audience, like Bush, he was in trouble. They were looking at him, and
remember, we didn't have internet back then. We couldn't look this shit up from every side of point of view in the world.
Yeah, and I want to say, was it Reagan? I know Bush. They was looking at him, and it was like, oh, this guy is behind this stuff, and so, but still, he became president, and so, and he had all these major connections with these, you know, shady individuals, basically. I'm gonna play some more.
This is a giant step in that direction, is what it amounts to.
So does that mean that the CIA will have much more influence in current policy than they would have otherwise? And that Bush has this mentality, the sort of conspiratorial, covert action, interventionist view of the world that these people have. How do you think that might translate practically into an increased role for the CIA? Or increased influence on Bush?
You get into some nuances or personalities, if you will. Overall, the establishment that the CIA represents is much stronger, having Bush as president. However, it's difficult to imagine the CIA being more dominant and active than it was under William Casey, for the simple reason that the man was wild, Wild Bill Casey,
right.
And he was running poorly thought out, very aggressive operations in every corner of the world. Now, Bush has decided to go with William Webster. Now, Webster is no saint.
As the head of the CIA.
As the head of the CIA, which means,
right?
Yes, which means the head of the intelligence community, because the CIA director coordinates all of the intelligence in the 7 bureaucracies. Webster is no saint. It's not that, that it makes you feel reassured. In fact, he ran COINTELPRO 2 in the FBI under Reagan when they were harassing the people who were supporting or lobbying against the Contras. And but what's the most ominous thing about this man is that the establishment exonerated him totally. He was permitted by the Congress, by the establishment, by the Washington Post media, at the end of that thing, when it was exposed, of taking the idiots out, the stupidity out, the moron out, of saying, well, it's true I was director of the FBI, but I wasn't aware of any of these activities. And, the Admiral's ship sinks, and he said, well, I wasn't aware it had a hole in the side.
This sounds like the Ronald Reagan deficient management style, or simply lying.
And Bush used the same out. He sat in 17 meetings of the National Security Council in which they discussed the Iran-Contra scandal, and he says he doesn't remember there ever having talked about it.
There was also another interesting thing that he said when they asked him about Oliver North on one of the TV things. He said, well, they made 2 or 3 mistakes. the fact that it was all illegal never even fazed him. It didn't make any difference.
Back to Webster, though, it's interesting to note that two levels of the intelligence or national security establishment, not the community, the hard, the paid professionals, the on-duty professionals, but the community has spoken out at two levels. One, at the Henry Kissinger level, they've gotten together and published a paper in which they have spelled out policies that Bush should follow, which speak pretty openly of brutality towards the third world. And then at a level below that, the Georgetown professors, where McFarlane went to work after he left the White House, where Ray Klein and others operate from, where they publish these books, the intelligence requirements for the 80s, and now they've come out for the 90s. These people, Robert Gates, the former deputy director, these people have come out with publications and statements and radio interviews and whatnot, vigorously protesting Webster as CIA director because they say he is soft on covert action. He's not aggressive enough.
Yet we know that Bush is such a believer in covert action that at least it's unlikely there'll be that much of a curtailing of covert action.
Well, we're getting into nuances. They're going to run operations for sure. It's a question of how many and how wild. And then at a certain point, you see, it's almost in the world's interest. God knows this is a perverse kind of logic, but it's almost in the world's interest to have a William Casey as opposed to William Webster, because Casey would go so far that he would self-destruct.
Right.
He was truly crazy, wild. And so these things would be exposed, and there would be a reaction. The Congress would clash with him endlessly. He would mining the harbors and lie about it. Whereas Webster is muting it with the Congress and building good relations. And by having a little bit better judgment, he may actually accomplish more in the long run, and it may be harder for us to crack it open.
John, could you go into some more detail on this blackmail theme of how Bush might be subject to blackmail because of his involvement in the CIA and in other activities during the Reagan administration? What would be an example of this, and how would such blackmail work?
Well, let's go into the most obvious case that we know of, the one that we have the best documented so far. And this is this Black Eagle thing that was started in 82. Essentially, in a reversal of roles, the CIA is actually created to give the White House and the executive plausible deniability, so they can keep clean, and if the CIA does something wrong, they can, we didn't know about it, and they can fire the CIA's director. William Casey reversed this policy, and it was actually quite clever in retrospect in the Iran-Contra thing. He initiated the Iran-Contra thing, but he managed to have Ronald Reagan and the White House take the heat for it. He ran it through Oliver North. So it became a political thing, whereas the CIA was clearly under the thumb of the Congress, or should have been, or legally was. But he also, this Black Eagle operation of delivering arms to the Contras, he got George Bush to front for that, to use the vice president's office to front for that. And Bush was a very activist vice president, running this thing they had on anti-terrorism, supposedly, which is, of course, 1984 doublespeak for, running terrorist activities, smuggling arms. And through that operation, they began to work through Panama and the planes flying through Panama, and Noriega gave them access to the airstrips that they needed, and immediately began working the other end of the line through the Medellin, using the same Black Eagle planes to fly drugs up here into the United States. And Bush his office was running this thing. Now, obviously, they tried to maintain what I thought was a very thin, implausible deniability of having Don Gregg running the thing right out of George Bush's office with his assistant, what's his name, Samuel Watts.
So they're talking about the drugs and guns. So, and then the Mexican cartel, and basically Bush's office
supervising all of this shit. And they have proof of this stuff. And it's really common knowledge. But it's super interesting, though, I think, to go back and revisit this stuff, because I only had briefly heard about some of this stuff. I never really dug into it, and I really want to dig a little bit more into this stuff. So, because this was my childhood, and this explains what happened.
I know it's a fictional. I know it's a fictional presentation, but you really need to catch Narcos on Netflix.
Yeah. And
Good show, touches around the subject, not accurate, but enough details that you can research based off of it and find out the real truth.
El Salvador, and then a network that went throughout, planes flying throughout, Southern Air Transport involved, their own airplanes involved, and yet the only deniability was Greg saying, well, I never told the vice president about all of these things, which is utterly impossible. It is not within the realm of human, unless the person were a Ronald Reagan. And even then, he would have had to have known what Greg was doing.
Can you give us a little background on Greg, the fact that he and Bush had been together in the CIA and buddies for a long time?
Yeah, Greg was not an original. I think he came into the CIA in '51, a graduate of Williams College. At the height, that was getting into the McCarthy era, the height of conservatism, the Korean War, a very, very conservative era. And he joined and had what was ultimately a tremendously successful career. In fact, I thought that Bush would wind up appointing him as a CIA director, and instead he's gone with William Webster. The guy had to do with the destabilization of Cuba in the 60s. He wound up in Vietnam in Military Region 3 in 1970, and that's where I was, except I didn't overlap with him. But I got there just after he had left, so there were a lot of people were talking about him and about Felix Rodriguez,
who was one of his favorite operatives in Vietnam.
In the height of the Phoenix program.
And Shackley was his boss, wasn't he?
And Shackley was the boss.
So you see the same group moving in with George Bush then in the basement of the White House, right next door to Oliver North.
Minus Shackley.
Shackley wasn't.
Yeah, minus Shackley, who had been squeezed out by then.
But Shackley was still in operation, involved in a lot of these things.
Well, I'm sure the old boy thing worked so that he was in contact with them. But don't ever forget that these people fight a lot. They are as bad as people in the peace movement, about 12, literally. You remember when Black Eagle eventually fell apart. And then the enterprise kind of came apart. Oliver North and Felix Rodriguez were at each other's throats. And these are two very volatile, unstable, dangerous men who couldn't get along. You remember the incident that's cited in the Foreign Policy Fall 88 issue that broke Black Eagle was when the CIA operatives, it doesn't name them, and the Israeli operatives drew their pistols on each other.
This was 1985.
85.
Wow.
And they were about to start blasting each other away, and the senior head said, everybody cool it, just, slow down, and prevailed and got everybody to put their guns back. And at the same time, the Pollard case was breaking, and the U.S. was going to prosecute the Pollards, and Israel didn't appreciate that. So it
who had been spying for Israel and
against the United States.
Right. And
Can you clarify something for me, or are you through with what you?
No, there's so much of this material. Yeah,
I'm a bit confused now. Oliver North's office was next door to George Bush and Donald Gregg's in the bottom of the White House, as I understand it. Now, were they working together, or as I've heard some people say, they actually had two separate arms running and drug smuggling operations going? Or were they separate but coordinated?
Well, they have done everything they could to obfuscate, if you will, and confuse the issue. North admitted that he met with Bush on many occasions, but he minimized the cooperation. the way I see it is there were a number of different offices, and people did have different roles to play, and there were different power lines working. And don't ever forget that there is just a norm of every presidency since I've been around anyway, is a lot of intense competitiveness. I mean, people, they're really ruthless. Everybody's jockeying for position endlessly inside the White House and the vice president's office, if he has any power. So North was definitely part of the same machinery. He was definitely cooperating with George Bush as Bush was cooperating with Casey. But at the same time, North was definitely beating his own drum and tooting his own horn and flying around the world grandstanding and setting his... They were not what, it was not a disciplined unit like one CIA office would be, or one Marine division would be, or one of your Navy ships would be. And these are a lot of competing people who are in the same ideology, the same administration, and moving in the same direction, with the same evil intention.
The way that the Rolling Stone told this story in their November 3rd essay on the dirty secrets of George Bush, the Black Eagle operation that Bush, Rodriguez, and Gregg were running was coming apart because of this rupture with the Israelis, and also because they found out Noriega was running so many drugs that this was threatening the integrity of the operation. So North began this other enterprise, literally called the Enterprise, with Richard Secord and Hakeem and these people to bring arms down to the Contras. But Secord had trouble getting it off, so that Felix Rodriguez began another operation. And once Secord got his going, they shut down the operation with Rodriguez's Cuban friends who had lost a lot of money in this and were very angry. And this began the tension between Rodriguez and Bush and the Secord North group. And eventually the tensions there sort of exploded. And Bush was the guy supposedly trying to hold everything together. That when these other guys, North and Rodriguez, were at each other's throats, Bush was the guy that had to smooth things over. So again, he played a major role in carrying out these operations, according at least to these this Rolling Stone story that seemed fairly well documented.
No, I endorse it. The way you describe it is the way I have read it myself very much. That in fact, the original outfit, they had built this giant warehouse called the Arms Supermarket and stocked it with arms which was supposed to be bought by the Contras with the U.S. taxpayers' dollars or the private enterprise dollars. And at the time that North pulled away from that enterprise to start the Enterprise, they had that thing stocked with $18 million worth of arms. Now, arms is a cash-for business, and this cash had to come from the Medellin Colombian cocaine cartel.
Right.
So there was drug money that they had been working with that had stocked this warehouse, counting on selling the arms to the Enterprise Small E, and then North did break away at the point where he saw that thing apparently as getting out of control, as being too explosive. Now, it was not. Don't anyone misunderstand that he was morally troubled by working with people who were smuggling drugs. He had known for years these people were smuggling drugs. But as you noted, the volume of it was getting so high that he saw an earthquake coming and actually moved. There also was undoubtedly part of his ego, power play, power struggle at the level of him and Rodriguez, at the level perhaps of him and Gregg.
During this whole time, George Bush was supervisor. He was control of the anti-drug program in the United States, not just the propaganda bit, just say no, but a great and very expensive operation to interdict drugs and to keep them from coming into the United States. So it was a perfect circle, not only from the propaganda point of view, because Bush could be said to be the guy who is keeping it from coming in, but on the covert aspect, he could make sure that this stuff came in undetected.
And yet, none of these stories came out during the election campaign. When I left for Europe on August the 17th, during the Republican convention, Dukakis was 10 or 15 points ahead. Bush had just nominated chosen Quayle, as vice president that looked like it was going to be a self-destruct operation. And when I came back a month later, Bush was 10 points ahead. What do you make of this? How do you analyze Bush's turning things around and winning the presidency? What was involved in this?
Well, one just quick observation is there's some false polling in the summer. After the Democratic convention, the Democrats always look better. They've gotten a lot of publicity. And then a month later, after the Republican convention, they have a surge back. And so it's sometime about the 1st of September where the polls, I think, I forget the figure, but it's something like 9 times out of 10, the one who is leading on the 1st of September wins. So it's stabilized by the end of August. And in fact, by the end of August, Bush was ahead again. The Quayle thing was a heavy hit of Bush. One might call it a major blunder, but since he succeeded, we all reflected on that a lot. His choice of Quayle, as I see it, was twofold. He had to pick someone who would make him look like a giant. And that was not easy to do. If he picked Bob Dole, for example, someone who knew more and had a stronger personality, he would have all kinds of problems. He also, in my opinion, and this is an analyst's opinion, you know, this is not based on any hard quotes or anything, very subjective, but he also had to pick someone who was bought into the Iran-Contra scandal. And Quayle was. He was the senator from Indiana, and Indiana's the state that John Hull, you know, came from, who was the man who had the ranch in Costa Rica from which all the drug smuggling and the arms, you know, from the southern side of the Contra thing had been run. And it turns out, as we dug up in August and found out, this young man working for Quayle introduced Hull to Oliver North originally, and that young man's name was Robert Owens. And
Owens
so
was involved in all this?
Owens was working for Quayle when he introduced John Hull. Oh yes, when he introduced John Hull to Oliver North and gave them that whole option, which evolved into the enterprise and the whole scandal.
That's incredible. The whole interconnections, all of this, even Quayle. I mean, this is amazing.
To go back, this is a very complicated thing, but I think we can sort it out. I don't think Bush dared to have someone in office who was clean of the Iran-Contra thing, like Dole, who could benefit from an impeachment.
So he needed someone that would be tainted enough with the Iran-Contra that they would be forced to resign at the same time.
They would be impeached with him, who could not possibly benefit from his impeachment. He needed to create a situation
to protect himself,
where the establishment couldn't shunt him aside and put in a strong figure like Dole or Howard Baker, who would be very acceptable to the public and to the establishment.
Right.
And that's where Quayle came. And that Barbara Honegger, who is not the world's greatest analyst, but she certainly has a lot of fire and imagination, and she coined the phrase that Quayle was Bush's impeachment insurance.
Right. Who was she? Can you tell us who
Barbara Honegger worked for the Bush-Reagan campaign in 1980, and then quit in a volatile protest of their activities, and has made a crusade out of exposing the October surprise.
We might as well get into this, since this is one of the stories that was covered over by the mainstream media. What was her initial story?
Well, her initial story was that the Reagan-Bush campaign, William Casey, the Reagan-Bush campaign had made a deal with the Iranians to keep the embassy hostage through the elections, and then another 76 days so that Carter wouldn't even get credit for their release, you know, so that Reagan would get the full credit for their release. And they were, in fact, released 2 hours after he was sworn in, which was enough time for the word to get back to Iran that he was, in fact, president. And then, the hostages were released. They were actually held at the airport waiting for this confirmation. And then to go back to our other thing we were working on here is why didn't Dukakis take Bush's head off with this stuff, which he could have. God knows, you can see the television commercials or shows, you know, or interview 5-minute segments showing the Noriega link, the Black Eagle, the whole stuff. We had all of this.
Right.
And we were definitely trying to feed it to them.
Right.
And what we got back from them was
This is from the Dukakis
from the
campaign.
Dukakis, and
Okay.
we got inside. We got the movie Cover Up delivered to them.
Right.
We got the movie, the PBS Frontline show Guns, Drugs, and the CIA delivered to them. We got in to see them. Some of the people in this broad, disorganized group of scholars researching this thing. And we got from them a resistance. They essentially, and feedback, as one of the senior Dukakis people told Jim Driscoll, who's in our community with the America's Peace Test in Nevada, that John Stockwell's facts are all screwed up. And I immediately, what facts? What is it? Because I consider myself, if not an academic, nevertheless a scholar of these things. And so what facts? Because I want to check them out. Because if I am screwed up, I don't. And they wouldn't give us any details, but they just rejected the stuff out of hand. Now, if you permit me, just very quickly to create a scenario or give you my analysis of what happened. And we note the scandal broke or was broken by the establishment in November of '86, the Iran-Contra scandal, and it led to a dismantling of the Reagan White House. And then later they gave him his credibility back with the INF agreement. Now, in the winter of 1987, George Bush was written up by every major columnist as being out of business. He was finished politically. They were saying this openly. George Will was writing columns that the Republican Party was out. The Democrats were clearly going to win the next time around, and they were all writing that George Bush could not survive the Iran-Contra scandal. And this is because they, including the conservative columnists and the establishment press, had this material back then.
Right.
And they knew about George Bush's involvement in all of this stuff.
Right.
And the scandal was breaking, and they did not believe that he could survive.
Right.
By the spring, he had survived to the point, battling, as I put it, to stay out of jail. He had hung in there. He didn't resign or retire. And they began to wonder what the U.S. People's tolerance was of this scandal, how much it would stick. Then they engineered the Iran-Contra hearings in the summer, which were carefully orchestrated by Danny Inouye, the Democrat, in cooperation with the other Democrats. Cohen and Mitchell, for example, wrote the book Men of Zeal, which they profess to be an expose of behind the scenes, but they do not, in fact, expose. It's a continuation of the cover-up. They do not, for example, discuss their resistance at having of allowing the Black Eagle stuff to be investigated, and their own resistance of having the George Bush drug linkage investigated. So the committee drew a line and said, we won't investigate beyond this line. So they gave the nation the appearance of an airing, and they did not, in fact, probe into the things that would have led them into the impeachment of George Bush. And this had a catharsis effect on the nation. And then we get into the fall and then the winter of '88 and then the spring, and there's still a debate going on in public. Remember Dan Rather, who tried to nail Bush. He tried to break this stuff into the open.
Special CBS interview.
And what happened was the establishment came down on him and said, no, we're not going to go after George Bush. Until eventually, in the summer of '88, when we were once again trying to break this, Bush eventually was able to laugh at the cameras at the Republican convention, because we had journalists. I mean, we had found journalists who would ask the questions, who went up on national television and said, what about the Iran-Contra thing? And he just laughed at them and said, I'm not even going to answer those questions anymore. The nation doesn't care about the Iran-Contra scandal. That is history. I've answered those questions. Forget it. Don't ask me anymore. Now, in the meantime, this establishment, this party that we have, the single-party state, this fraternity that runs this country that has two chapters, a Republican and a Democrat, one a little bit more liberal than the other one more conservative, representing the big business interests more directly. That's the Republicans. In terms of their interests, that's the A team. But they always have the B team that they can run out. A Jimmy Carter, when Richard Nixon makes the nation too angry, or the nation gets too riled at the Vietnam War or something like that. This is where they produced Michael Dukakis. He's a team player to the establishment. In order to be accepted as a presidential candidate, he did homage to the arms race. He said eventually that he would give humanitarian aid to the Contras. He would consider it. He said definitely he would give military aid to El Salvador, which means he bought into all the principles of the covert secret government, of the covert operations, of the covert manipulation of the world.
He was singing another song when he was trying to get the Democratic nomination.
That's right. Before, his background was progressive, but he bought in, they screened him into the system. They groomed him into the system. He was advised that he could run, but if he would, so what he was there is if the nation had clung, had its outrage had been sufficient over the Iran-Contra scandal, they had Dukakis standing by, the B team to their interests. And he would give them some grief by spending some money on housing and on medical insurance for people and things like that, which is not their choice of the way to invest the money. They want to invest it in missiles and things where they make greater profits. But he would support the arms race, and he would support the CIA and the covert establishment, the national security state's activities. But then they realized they did not have to go with the B team. The people didn't care. They didn't have to give the nation a B team. So they went ahead and went with the A team, which was George Bush, i.e. they concluded eventually that they could Teflonize Bush despite all of this incredible activity and sell him to the nation, and they did.
One fucking two wings of the same bird. Please, did y'all hear that? Let me see something.
Why, though, did Dukakis as the B team not go after Bush more aggressively?
Because he's a member of the team. He's a member of the fraternity. Why did Dan Inouye? They had Ronald Reagan and George Bush by the short hairs. They could have impeached them, and they didn't, because they couldn't impeach a popular president like Reagan and Bush without losing control, the public trust. See, this gets back into the Howard Zinn thesis that the American Revolution occurred when the rich white males over here wanted to take power away from the same element in England, and they engineered a deal with the people whereby they would give more freedom to the people than they had under the monarchy or the colony. But nevertheless, the rich white males would retain control. And this dynamic relationship, we don't have a democracy. We do not, even to this day, vote for the president. We vote for electors who select the president. In addition to which, this two-party system we've evolved gives them further control, because even the selection of the candidates, it's done by about 50% vote, popular vote through the primaries, and about 50% through the frozen delegates, or the hard delegates, or the super delegates, who are party hacks, who control, the party machinery, controlling ultimately who gets nominated. This is why Pat Schroeder gave it a run and dropped out, is because her traveling and consulting with the super delegates, the frozen delegates, the power structure of the party, she was told she would not be permitted to win whatever happened, on the popular side of things. And then once that was decided, the money was not available to her. Now, this system, as it has continued for 200 years, is a tenuous relationship in which the people who own the country, the people on the the Federal Reserve Board, the people who manage the money and the moneyed interest, the strength of the capitalist system, these people know that they're riding a potentially rebellious horse in the American people whose interests are not being fully served. Myth has to be maintained to make this thing run. And it's a constant balance of what do they have to give the people to keep them on board the system, and at what point are they going to lose the system. You read the history through Zinn's eyes of the United States, or the Graham book on the history of violence in the United States, and you see that every time the people have become angry enough, the system has yielded to them. The labor struggles at the turn of the century, for example, the Vietnam War and Civil Rights days, when blacks rose up in the country with a massive boycott and it began to really hurt the economic interests.
And start burning down the small businesses in the ghettos, the white businesses.
White
in the
business
ghettos.
and Detroit and Watts and 14th Street in Washington. And, you know, when the system was breaking apart, the establishment yielded every time. And the system self-destructed. The cynicism of the Reagan years, in which one of the more dramatic transfers of wealth from the poor to the rich occurred, you know, was orchestrated by Ronald Reagan through the arms race, the $2 trillion on arms, the mechanisms that he set up for him, the rigging of the taxes, where he could say taxes had been cut when they had been redistributed to hurt the middle class and poor more. This thing came to a head under the Iran-Contra scandal. And once again, the establishment was faced in the winter of '87. They were saying, you know, we've had it, the people have had it, and we're going to have to give them the Democrats for a while. And they came up eventually with what was to them a brilliant, the perfect candidate was Dukakis, who had a reputation of being clean after the corruption of the Reagan years, who had a reputation of being somewhat of a populist, as Jimmy Carter did. Who could be sold as a cleansing, sort of as a, here, you know, we sympathize, here, you can have your president for a while. The truth is that Jimmy Carter had foisted upon him Zbig Brzezinski, you know, who was an utter fascist in his policies to control the national security decisions. So Carter's human rights stuff couldn't go too far, and he wound up setting in motion the arms buildup that eventually evolved into the Reagan arms buildup, which is the biggest peacetime buildup in the history of, the biggest buildup in the arms buildup in the history of the world.
And Brzezinski moved into the Bush camp during this campaign.
Indeed. And
no, there's no Republicans, no Democrats. There's A team and B team. They're all a part of the same fraternity. So please, you guys, wake up to that shit. I'm going to play a little bit more of this.
And of course, that's part of the October, the election held hostage. The Playboy article brings it out very clearly, is that having put, he doesn't get into there, having put Carter in office to placate the people after Nixon, after Vietnam, after the civil rights struggle, that Zen gets into that. But they're taking it up at the end of the Carter era, where two things had happened. One is the Federal Reserve Board cooked the economy. And so we had runaway inflation, which would scare people. You could feel it, you could taste it, and the newspapers talked about it every day and blamed it on Carter. And when he doesn't control this stuff, the Federal Reserve Board does. And then the other thing was the national security establishment went after him with a passion. The CIA operatives cooperating with Bush Reagan, during the presidential campaign of 1980, the Pentagon cooperating, McFarlane, their Marine officer working in the State Department advising, but having committed himself to the Bush side. All of these tendrils go back to the security establishment saying, okay, we've given them Carter for 4 years, now let's get back to work. And they got Reagan in there. To summarize, they got Reagan in there, and he eventually self-destructed, or the system self-destructed under his watch. They thought they were going to have to give us Dukakis to placate the people, and then they found that the people simply don't care enough. The people simply aren't vigilant enough of their own interests to care enough about this monumental corruption from George Bush and the people around him, and they were able to continue with the A-team in office with George Bush to extend and continue the policies of Ronald Reagan, to exploit the nation, and to keep in lockstep with the drug runners, not to mention the military machinery.
I think that's an excellent analysis of how the establishment would view the two different candidates and why they would then decide that they could pull behind Bush and go with what you call the A-team again. It still doesn't completely explain why the B-team, that is Dukakis and the Democrats, didn't fight harder for the presidency, didn't go after Bush more aggressively on this Noriega drugs, Contra drugs, the Iran arms deals, the whole relationships of Bush and Reagan to the Ayatollahs. Why didn't Dukakis and the Democrats use these issues to probably win the election if they could have publicized them? It was the negative campaign of Bush against Dukakis that many people think helped win it for Bush. Couldn't Dukakis have done an honest negative campaign against Bush, telling the actual truth about Bush? And why didn't he? I still have trouble.
Of course. The Reagan administration is the most corrupt in the history of the country. They've had, almost 200 people either indicted or in jail for corruption in this administration.
And the Democrats didn't go after this corruption
Didn't mention
issue. Why?
Well, this again gets back to the decision they made. I mean, we can only cite what they did, and then it speaks for itself. Dan Inouye, running this committee, a Democrat, made it a joint thing, and then the Democrats shut up and let the Republicans use it as a forum to advance the national security state, the CIA's activities, the Contra program, instead of exposing the corruption. That's where the decision was made. Dukakis is just another member of the team. Whatever economic miracle supposedly occurred in Massachusetts under his governorship was done in great part with defense expenditures. He is bought into the system. He's a member of the team. With the establishment, as we know, as we've observed, I remember talking to Les Kurtz about this when he was developing the draft of his book, the Nuclear Cage, and we were talking about the military-industrial, the Iron Triangle, the military-industrial complex, the defense corporations, the Pentagon, and the Congress. And then we took it a step further. Of course, it includes the media, as everyone well knows. The point of alternative views is that the media is owned, literally, by the same people who own the defense corporations. But then we took it a step further. It's not even a quadrangle. It's a pentad or a pentagon, because you also have the universities, the educational system, in which the defense corporations and the Pentagon are careful to invest heavily. 70% of some of these big universities' budgets come from defense, money. So the professors are paid for, the salaries are paid for by the defense complex, and so they're bought into the system. So
I didn't catch that the first time I saw this, so my brain didn't click on it.
Control, and that power structure determined not to let the system be destroyed or be weakened, even at the price of their own. Let me put it this way. Jimmy Carter, for example, he demonstrated this what I would call misdirected loyalty. After the 1980 thing, he did not go public and protest the Iran-Contra deal. He did not protest it in October when he had these reports coming in, because he didn't want to destroy the system of which he was part. To go back to another era, 1960, Richard Nixon lost to John Kennedy in a very close election, which turned in part on Mayor Daley in Chicago, counting every grave in Chicago twice. Now, this scandal was known at the time. Nixon didn't mention it until, God knows, 20 years later. He eventually said he couldn't make an issue without destroying the credibility of the presidential election process, and he wanted to have another shot at the presidency.
Which he got.
Which he got and became president. If he had destroyed or attacked the system, if he had exposed that scandal, it would have destroyed, perhaps, it wouldn't take all that much to lead the American people to have a big mental breakthrough and demand a change in the system, perhaps in the direction of a parliamentary system where we could, at the time of an Iran-Contra scandal, there would be forced a vote of confidence. And Reagan certainly would have been out. In December of 86, he would have been out.
Well, this is my studies on the power structure in the mass media. This is the main thing they try to keep from the American public, how the economic and political system really works. Because the Americans wouldn't like that at all if they really knew.
Saw how scared the establishment dodged a bullet, how scared they got in the Jackson run at the presidency this last time, because Jackson is the first national prominent figure since I can remember who has achieved prominence and represents the interests of the people pretty directly. And the manipulations they had to go through to keep him from getting a position of in fact, power. Just to cite one example of how far they will go, this loose association of X's from the national security, we were flying to Iowa to do a hearing to try to force the candidates to tell us their policies. At that point, there were a lot of candidates. And on the plane, the day we went up there, the New York Times had a big piece on where the polls put all the candidates at that time in Iowa. And it had Simon, I think, was leading in a big front page article, and then a long discussion, Simon and Dukakis and the others and whatnot. And then you went to page 3 for the bigger article, the details, and it turns out Jesse Jackson was running a very close second. It was sort of like 33 to 31, but his name was not mentioned on the front page of the New York Times.
Well, the Times...
And inside they showed the polls, but on the front page they didn't want him to have the name recognition.
Well, the Times and all the mainstream media pretty much did a blackout on the, excuse the metaphor, on the Jackson campaign until the Super Tuesday primaries where he won, and then he became ahead actually after the Michigan primaries. He was the front runner, and then they had to give some attention to Jackson, and they tried to make it negative, and then Dukakis regained the momentum in the Pennsylvania, New York primaries. So that was probably the only hope looking back.
The party machinery shifted gears at that time, scared, because Jackson was leading and there was a chance that the people would really get excited about this thing. And that 50% control asserted itself. The party machinery asserted itself. And Jackson was pushed down and Dukakis was run in instead. They did it by calling Jackson a radical. They said it's not racial. We have no problem with his skin color, although there would be some people in the South who wouldn't vote for him, but he's a radical, meaning he doesn't support the establishment. And they got that word out to the party, to the party hacks throughout the nation. And the result is that Jackson's, I've been wishing and hoping, like what you said, that Jackson would split off and give us a third party. And with the people that I believe would follow him, we might be able to force onto the two-party system a viable third party.
And that makes me feel like he's controlled opposition, but I really like everything. This guy was revealing a lot of stuff, and I learned a whole lot of stuff there. So I'm sorry that maybe I put some people to sleep with this, but this was some valuable stuff right here. 2 wings, 1 bird. Oh shit, what happened? That's okay, it's at the end anyways. I kind of wanted to read some comments before I go. Fuck, it froze up. It's doing something crazy. Can y'all even hear me? What is happening?
And then we could, throw our block of votes to the...
Oh, I don't want to play it. What is happening? Can y'all hear me? I wanted to read some comments before I got out. Before I go, let me read some comments. These are comments. Can y'all hear me? These are comments underneath the video we just watched. I hope y'all can hear me. It says, okay, the name of the video was A CIA Officer and How the Power Elite and Ruling Class Run a Single Political Party Split in Two, 1988. Let me read that again because I broke it up. A CIA officer on how the power elite and ruling class run a single political party split in two, 1988. I don't know if I want to read all of that. They're telling you all this. The guy. So the guy's name is John R. Stockwell. Says born 1937, is a former CIA officer who became a critic of United States government policies after serving 7 tours of duty over 13 years. Having managed American involvement in the Angolan Civil War as chief of the Angola Task Force during its 1975 covert operations, he resigned and wrote In Search of Enemies. Okay, so that's the guy who was talking. And they went into his whole ass background. I'm not going to read that. First comment under the thing, it says, the live chat for this will be filled with people championing lesser evilism and defending their party from every criticism, no matter how true and accurate. Most of the Americans who agree with me still vote
work a job, and pay taxes. The unified system these political elites co-curate is all we feel we have, which means we need to build new bases of power and new systems and not fight for control over crumbling international oligarchic tyrannies. Wow, that was a mouthful. I'm so glad I'm reading these comments. Another one. Damn it, this light is too bright. Let's kill this one. It says a puppet master needs at least 2 puppets. At minimum, a triangulation is required, ancient psychology. But you could have 1 too many, more than 2. Make them think they figured it out on their own through debates, drama, and circumstances. Influence should remain secret and invisible, and if brought up, make it seem like a conspiracy theory. Ridicule it among educated people. The art of puppetry. Excellent. Another comment, it says, I've seen many of John Stockwell's videos. What a wonderful storyteller. Great to watch. Another comment, I wish I'd seen this back when it was new. I highly doubt that this kind of program will be able to be aired now. Unfortunately, we don't live in a free country. I hope that many more people see this very important video. Thank you. I think it's very important too, and I also think you wouldn't be able to nowhere close to it, because what was it, 84, and this came out in 86? No way you'd be able to do anything on one of the presidents of now or CIA or anything like that right now. No way. Look at Julian Assange. I'll never hear anyone talk about him and the system like this anymore. His dad tried to overthrow Franklin D. Roosevelt, and the corruption that has been running rampant in this country is rarely talked about. These guys nailed it, and this rings more true today than ever. I wish he could see how bonkers and crazy it really has become in 30 years. Another comment. This is so true. I've been calling Republicans the mono party for a long time. Another one, it says, excellent interview. Many thanks for all the brilliant videos on this channel. Another comment. Whatever became of Stanley Meyer's water-powered car? That would fix the elite's tidal red wagon permanently. Some more. This should be compulsory in every high school modern history class. Another one, it says, great job. Keep the truth alive for humanity and the planet and to wake up the masses. Another comment, it says, wow, this 1-hour discussion explains a lot. I really think it was very, very valuable. That's why I played it, the whole thing. I wasn't really intended on playing the whole thing, but I couldn't find a stopping point. Let me read some more. It says, in the USA, there are 4 official independent branches of government. Over time, the national security state has not been held in check by the other 3 branches of government. In 1989, the U.S. Congress, by 1 vote, formed a second collateral government, the national security state. The primary objective of unelected national security state is to influence both overtly and covertly world nations. Some might refer to this as world hegemony. Shortly thereafter, the Supreme Court affirmed or ratified its formation, voted 5-4. Ironically, the Chief Justice on that case forged the Plessy versus Ferguson case, a case that essentially said some people are more valuable, more protected, and have more rights than others. Therefore, it was not a large stretch for this Chief Justice in this case to concede that some countries were worth more than others. Over the years, the democratically elected government has always deferred to the national security state. So when investigating the Contra cocaine train, the national security state overruled prosecution. Some of the matters of Epstein, Maxwell, making available the many black books, hard drives, and government-run pedophiles train, etc. In 1992, Congress unanimously made a law that ordered that all CIA and NSA documentation on the JFK assassination be made available and redacted. Despite this being law created by the elected branch of government, the national security state refuses to give them up. As always, the elected branch of government deferred to national security state. Trump sided with the national security state, as did Biden. Therefore, laws are below national security state interests. The primary objective of most government is to sell gratuities to the highest bidder. The practice shapes the country's growth and culture, typically for the worst where the common man is concerned. The Constitution precisely limits the size of central government. In summary, the Constitution states that unless express and specific permission is given in the Constitution by law, the central government cannot do it. According to the Constitution, the U.S. was a confederation of cooperating states, and state government local deciders were able to be the primary goalkeepers. The central federal government by this Constitution was vastly limited in power. What exists today, and as it existed in the 1860s, is an illegal rise in power and prerogatives by the central federal government. Legally, this gives states the right to file for breach of contract and to succeed. But we know what happened when a few of them did. Things have been moving downhill and an even accelerating pace ever since. The other fundamental flaw is that contrary to the Constitution, the central government turned over the creation of money to private bankers. When you couple this illegal, immoral practice with politicians selling gratuities, you wind up with bad things like endless wars, a huge financial boon to the bankers who counterfeit money, then loan it to the big central federal government to prosecute their wars. Governments have a political imperative to spend more money than they have. For thousands of years, they arranged for this by allowing money changers to create money out of thin air, some of which the government borrows. This always leads to the collapse of a country. Sometimes the country never recovers. Example, King Philip II of Spain. Some governments banned the money changers from the deleterious scheme, resulting in prosperity of their nation. Examples include Julius Caesar, King Henry I, Queen Elizabeth I, etc. In Europe, the Rothschilds kicked it up beginning around 1743. They financed Cecil Rhodes, enabling him to monopolize the rape of natural resources out of Africa. And they financed John D. Rockefeller in his monopolization of natural resources in the USA. And later, J.P. Morgan, Kuhn Loeb, etc. By 1840, the Rothschilds' money changers have full control of France. I need to take out my contacts. They're getting blurry. The privately owned Bank of England started raping the people with counterfeit money they were permitted to create out of thin air around 1694. The current privately owned Federal Reserve Bank officially started raping the U.S. in 1913. Fast forward to 1971, the U.S. government owed tons of money to the money changers, Fed, for their frivolous wars and demanded compensation. President Nixon satisfied the problem by taking the U.S. dollar, the world reserve currency, off the gold standard. Now the Fed could counterfeit all the money it wanted without any restraints. This allowed the U.S. government to pay for everything it wanted by using the Fed's phony money. European governments vehemently protested. The world was wildly out of balance. The British and French were the most vocal. France literally sent a warship to New York Harbor on August 15, 1971. Nixon told them all to piss off. The European Central Bankers, group of private money changers, decided they could bring the balance back, forming a European Union, and allowing themselves to likewise counterfeit money that wasn't backed by anything. This began to race the counterfeit money. European money changers versus U.S. money changers. This wasn't merely a moral dilemma. It rotted the entire apple from the inside out. Most of the counterfeit money winds up in the hands of elites. Workers are taxed heavily to pay the ever-occurring debts. History continues to allow these money changers this power over the creation of counterfeit money. The results are always the same in the end.
Many, many bad things happened in the U.S. beginning in 1971. Real wages took a dive. The amount of lawyers exploded. Cost of living began to soar. Collapse of small businesses. Savings plummeted. Utility costs and fuel costs skyrocketed. Infrastructure became neglected. Subsequent generations became more impoverished. Federal debt grew logarithmically. Speculation traded accelerated. Massive growth in healthcare administration and costs, and so on. He left the article. Let me read it. The following webpage has many shocking and highly illustrated graphs to demonstrate the annihilation of the nation that began in earnest following Nixon's dropping of the metal standard in 1971. Wow, this guy made a whole freaking long-ass lecture for us, bruh. And he gave us an article. I've already read a lot, and this is long. It says, hold on, can y'all see this? Let me share. The Future of Freedom Foundation. This is the link he put on there. It says the National Security State Racket. Mad interesting to me. I was about to go to sleep and this just woke me up. Some people criticizing President Biden for the recent U.S. airstrikes in Syria, as well as his refusal to sanction Saudi dictator Mohammed bin Salman, the man who U.S. officials have concluded orchestrated the murder of Washington Post columnist Jamal Khashoggi. Yes, it's possible that Biden made those decisions, but there is another possibility, one much more likely, one that unfortunately all too many Americans are loath to consider, that it was the U.S. national security establishment, particularly the Pentagon and the CIA, who made those decisions, and that Biden simply deferred to their judgment. That's what many people simply cannot bring themselves to consider, that it's the national security establishment, namely the Pentagon, the CIA, the NSA, and to a certain extent the FBI, that is actually running the federal government, especially in foreign affairs. The other three branches, while permitted to have the veneer of power, are expected to defer to critical judgments made by the Pentagon, the CIA, and the NSA. That's fucking mad interesting, because that's basically kind of what the guy was saying in the video that we was watching, especially since Bush Sr. got put in there because he was a CIA head of the CIA, and then he became the president, and they said that was the first time that happened. I wonder if that really was the first time that happened. Now, somebody need to check that for me. And defer they do. When was the last time that Congress significantly reduced the budget for the national security establishment? You never see it. That's because the national security establishment controls Congress. No member of Congress, especially the military and CIA veterans, would dare to take them on. If he did, he would be toast, because the Pentagon would immediately retaliate by threatening to close down military projects or bases in his district. The Pentagon's and CIA's assets in the mainstream press would immediately take the offensive and accuse the congressman of being ineffective. He will be out in the next election. The Supreme Court has long deferred to the overwhelming power of the National Security Branch of the federal government. Pentagon's and CIA's torture and prison center in Cuba, where people have been denied the right to speedy trial for more than a decade, is an ongoing testament of that deference to authority. Deference. So is the Supreme Court's decision to uphold the Pentagon's and CIA's power to assassinate people, notwithstanding the express prohibitions on assassinating in the Fifth Amendment. Indeed, America's Official Secrets Act wasn't a law enacted by Congress. It was a judicial doctrine that the Supreme Court crafted out of the whole cloth in deference to a demand by the military. I don't really know what he's talking about there, but I a little bit know. Trump versus Biden. With the national security establishment decision that President Kennedy's policies posed a grave threat to national security and therefore that he needed to be removed from office, No president has dared to take these people on. In the run-up to the 2016 election, it appeared that Donald Trump was going to do so, but for some unknown reason, once he entered into office, he crumbled, surrounding himself with military generals and civilian warmongers. He also surrendered to the CIA's demands to keep its 50-year-old JFK assassination record secret on grounds of national security. But there is no doubt that Trump was different. He didn't show the same difference to the authority of the national security establishment that other presidents since Kennedy have. That was why the deep state went after him from the very beginning, especially when its nonsensical investigation into whether Trump was a Russian agent who was betraying America, just as they said Kennedy was doing with his policies. Perhaps with time, we will learn the full extent of deep state's efforts to ensure Joe Biden's defeat of Donald Trump in 2020 presidential election. Now they have Biden, which is their notion of an ideal president, one who will defer to the omnipotent power of the Pentagon, the CIA, and the NSA. Did Biden really select military-industrial complex man Lloyd J. Austin III as Secretary of Defense? It's much more likely that the Pentagon was not wanting to jack with the civilian overseer, chose Austin, and that Biden simply deferred to his wishes. That sounds probably right. Unheeded warnings. President Eisenhower warned about this type of government structure in his farewell address in 1961. He pointed out that it constituted a grave threat to the democratic process and rights and liberties of the American people. That was more than 50 years ago. Since then, the Pentagon, the CIA, NSA, and FBI, along with other army of contractors and subcontractors feeding at the public trough, have only grown progressively more powerful and rich. John Kennedy took these people on directly. Kennedy was not a dumb man. He knew precisely the nature of power structure he was up against. That was why he played an instrumental role in bringing the movie 7 Days in May into production, to serve as a warning to the American people, the same type of warning that Ike issued to Americans in his farewell address. The problem is that Americans never paid heed to those warnings. They just don't want to acknowledge that they had any validity. Indeed, any Americans still do not want to confront the fact that this brutal structure within the government apparatus ended up turning its omnipotent power inward against a president whose policies they deemed constituted a grave threat to national security. Are y'all saying that the CIA killed John F. Kennedy? It says milking the racket. From some 45 years, the national security establishment milked the war on communism for all it was worth, constantly engaging deep fear with the American people so that they would continue to vest the Pentagon, the CIA, NSA, and FBI with ever-increasing power, influence, and money. It was nothing more than one great big racket, one that continually year after year enriched the pockets and expanded the power of those in the military intelligence establishment. When Kennedy decided to bring an end to the Cold War racket, he had to be dealt with, and a message needed to be sent to the American people. We are here, we are in charge, never take us on, and just get used to it. Ooh. When the Cold War ended, the racket quickly morphed into the war on terrorism. All the fears about communism that these people engendered in the American war were simply switched to terrorism or Islam. At first, the fear revolved around the notion that foreign terrorists were coming to get us. Now it's morphed into the notion that domestic terrorists are coming to get us. They have now come full circle, restoring Russia and China as official enemies who are supposedly coming to get us, just like they supposedly were during the 45 years of the Cold War racket. It's now a fear-mongering perfect storm. Terrorists, Muslims, Russia, and China, and for good measure, Syria, North Korea, ISIS, the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, drug dealers, illegal immigrants, and an unsafe world. And I would say domestic terrorism is now. And upended values and morals. Ever since its inception, the deep state has upended American morals and values. How many foreign regimes, including democratically elected ones, have these people destroyed in the name of national security? How many brutal military and right-wing dictatorships have they installed into power, trained, supported, and aligned with? How many people, including the democratically elected U.S. president, have they assassinated over the years based on national security? Oh, they are saying it. They just went out and said it there. The obsessive quest to inflict extreme punishment on people like Julian Assange and Edward Snowden says it all. Here are people who have done nothing more than disclose the truth about the national security establishment's evil and immoral actions. Yet it is people like Assange and Snowden who are considered to be evil and moral ones. What better evidence of an upending of American moral and values than that? If our American ancestors had been told that the Constitutional Convention was bringing into the existence a national security state type of government structure, they never would have approved the deal. The only reason they approved the deal was because they were assured that the Constitution was bringing into existence a limited government republic. The national security state is a root cause of many woes under which America is suffering. To get our nation back on the right road, it is necessary that we dismantle, not reform, the national security establishment and restore our founding government system of limited government republic to our land. Wow, that was really good. This post was written by Jacob G. Hornberger. Jacob G. Hornberger is founder and president of the Future of Freedom Foundation. He was born and raised in Laredo, Texas, and received his bachelor's in economics from Virginia Military Institute and his law degree from University of Texas, UT. He was a trial attorney for 12 years in Texas. He also was a adjunct professor at the University of Dallas, where he taught law and economics. In 1987, Mr. Hornberger left the practice of law to become a director of programs at the Foundation for Economic Education. He has advanced freedom and free markets on talk radio stations all across the country, as well as on Fox News, Neil Cavuto, and Greta Van Susteren shows, as he appeared as a regular commentator on Judge Andrew Napolitano's show Freedom Watch. I thought he was a lefty. All these shows are right shows. But that shows we all agree, really, when it comes down to the freaking truth. I'm finna wrap it, y'all. Peace and love. Y'all have a good night. I hope y'all learned something.